can't do that.
Listen, the problem
Less
is
is
that,
more, Pete. You ever
okay,
heard
can I
the
just
phrase
say,
less is more?
yes, I agree, but the problem is, well, what I have to say, I think you'll all agree that you won't hear from anyone else. So in a sense, I'm sort of on my own in what I have to say in terms of flat Earth and beyond. That's the difficulty. So I do appreciate both sides. And that's Rob Noxious as well. Hello, Rob Noxious.
Hello, Dodo.
You love me, don't you, Rob? Tell the truth.
I had no problem with you, Pete. You're the one that just gets pissy with me.
Well, yeah, okay. But I appreciate it, Gio. Okay. Thank you for the unmute, and I appreciate yeah, my insistence. Now, Gio, I have a great topic for you, especially, which is the
Yeah, definitely keep
equinox.
talking.
What's happened? Okay, that's just a topic for discussion now to bring us all in. Equinox, Gio. We're in the equinox tonight. So, what's actually happening in reality? As opposed to what's actually told to us is happening via a spinning ball Earth. How do we decide what's what? That's my question on the table. If you want to take it up or not.
These are top secrets. You can't discuss this on live stream.
The sun rises and sets over the equator. I don't think there's a difference between flat and globe. So
Well, there are two models, Jeremy, because people are reluctant to get in. There are two models, Jeremy. So yes, we have a shared reality, but yes, we're in the midst of this right now. So what is that demarcation? What is that delineation? What is that sort of separation that gives us our coming times for the northern hemisphere? The snow coming your way, but yeah, what is that? You know what I'm saying? Why we're in the midst of it right now. All religions go back to this basic recognition of the seasons, the growth, the beginning, the middling, the reaping, and the death. So you know what I'm saying. What do we make of the equinox? We're in the very heart of it right now, 22nd of September, which is actually 22nd of the 7th, which is 22 over 7, which is pi, which is the number of God. So, what do we make of this? I'm just saying, putting it forward as a topic of conversation.
it's an equinox. I don't know. The sun rises and sets over the equator. What else is there to say?
Well, you have to say what the sun is, Jeremy, in your flat Earth record,
Why?
and
No, you
what the
don't.
equator is. You have to. How else you
Why?
not going to?
I have to know what the sun is. You know, the sun sets over the equator.
Well, you have to know because you've already come away from the ball Earth explanation. The sun is not 93 million miles away. The equator is not a part of a spinning ball Earth, sort of greater circumferential at 23.4 degrees deviation setting. Yeah, you. So now it's something else because you still know that there is an equinox over reality, which is a flat extended plane, which is enclosed to some degree. So now you have to say what the sun is and what, to some degree, not to the greatest degree, but to some degree, you have to reestablish. Yeah. How else? How can you not?
There was that test I wanted to do. Pete, just stop, man. Jesus, I regret unmuting you immediately.
I just
There was
stopped.
that test we wanted to do. Well, I wanted to do. There was that test I wanted to do. On the sunrise of the equinox, actually, where you see which direction you're looking, see which direction the sun pops up at, compared to a 90. So there's that.
Jeremy, here's the key. I have a key, Jeremy. I have a key after discovering a key. Well, long since discovered it in a sense. You know the way they associate the equinox now, they say is equinox equal
Oh, let's
nine.
hear some other people's thoughts on an equinox. Hold on, Pete. Let's hear if
Yeah, go
anyone
ahead.
else has some thoughts on the
Go
equinox.
ahead. Go ahead. Up to hear it.
Oh, all right. Thanks, Pete. Does anyone else have thoughts on the equinox, or like what tests we could do on an equinox or anything?
There's Globers that would love to tell you how they think that the equinox proves the globe.
I mean, does the sun move in a straight line over us throughout the day? You know, is that a straight line or that?
Over me it is, but is it a straight line over the whole damn deal? I don't know.
Not that that would really prove anything about the shape or
Right.
dimensions of Earth or whatever. But
Yeah, I'm just curious as to what the connection between the sky and the Earth. So like the disconnect is the layman isn't going to right away say, "Oh yeah, sky stuff, so curved Earth," and the Globers are failing to make the connection between what the sky does
the
and the
stars
around.
above you. So they say that's your vision. So that's not the fucking shape of the Earth. It's the shape of where you can see around you.
Agreed.
So you've been in
That's
hot,
what I was
bud.
getting to that.
Why did
stuff
you leave
all over.
Swan finish, bud?
guys, why is there so many people talking at once? What's going on? Everything was
good.
fine 2 minutes ago.
Dude, I think I got
Let's
to
all
my
go
point. It's
one
all
at a time,
good.
please.
Yeah, it's all good. I'm good.
Well, I mean, there was two people talking, and then I don't know why Pete decided to start talking at that moment. That was a bad timing, maybe. But let's all go one at a time, please.
Yeah, I said what I needed to. It's all good.
The other guy interrupted him, Jeremy. He just came in out of the blue. That's all I was saying. Hang on.
Yeah, but why'd you start talking? So you think once some guy interrupts another guy, it's a good time for you? You think that's a good time for you to start at that moment?
Yes, actually, because it was to encourage the other guy to stop talking and let our friend finish his point. That's all. That's why I interrupted.
Sorry,
He
what,
came in out of the blue.
what? You want me to finish the point? Do you?
No, you go ahead now, bud, because the point was finished. Yeah, go ahead now.
Oh, hello. How is everybody? How you doing?
Hello, bud. Hello, how you doing? Hope you're doing well.
I'm doing okay.
Yeah. So continue on, because he was just finishing his point, but we got the greater point. So now you can come in and please, and make your own statement. I don't know anything about it, honestly.
No, admit one entry. I'm going to a medieval fair tomorrow.
We were talking about the equinox in general and what the ball earther would make as sort of an explanation as to what's actually
It's
happening.
a May fair for us over here in September. You know, so I'm going to spring festival, medieval festival.
Nice one, bud. Nice one.
It's going to be nice, good fun.
You 12 hours of daylight today. Apparently the equinox is anywhere over the Earth's surface, whether it's globe or flat. It has to be one or the other, or it doesn't, maybe. But yeah, we
More than
have
12 hours here. More than 12 hours here.
Day and night, 12 hours. Can you
No,
attest?
no. Here it's more like 14 hours at the moment.
Oh,
30
shit.
degrees south. You know, 30 degrees.
Then, is it?
This is 30 degrees.
It's an
It's
equinox,
lights up.
then. How does that work on a
30
ball
degrees.
earth? Are you a ball earther?
What are you saying, bowling? I hate
ball
bowlers.
earther? Are you a ball earther?
Me?
Yeah.
Why does that matter?
I'm just saying because on a ball earth.
Hey.
Okay, ask me what.
I don't like the globalists. Don't be a globalist now.
I'm not sure. I'm a flat earther myself, right? So
Are you a
for
globalist
ball
though?
earther, it would have to be 12 hours day and night.
Yeah,
So
you might be a flat, but are you a globalist?
14
I want to
hours,
know
that
the
works
truth
out
on that one.
about
Are you a
1 hour.
globalist?
Yeah. Okay, but I don't know. I'm not putting your feet to the fire. I'm just asking you.
You are a globalist, in other words.
No,
You've
I'm a
been
flat
flipped out.
earther, but I'm not at the same time. But I mean, I'm just saying in relation to the spinning ball Earth is given. I don't believe in your Australia that I have to point down to my feet to point to you. You're way over there on the pizza flat Earth surface.
Over there, sort of thing.
Yeah, I have no problem with that. What Earth is beyond that, that's a different matter. But if you're saying that you experience 14 hours on equinox of sunlight in your position south of some sort of equatorial divide, well then
Pete,
that debunks the that debunks the equinox. Just to finish,
No, that's
on the
the
polar
east.
Earth.
Rises in the east, right? So it sets east there. Right. And then west, it sets like fucking there ish. Ish.
it's not called the land down over. It's called the
Yeah,
land
but
down
that
under.
man there is fucking down under. He's twisted. He's down under, down over. He's twisted drunk. I should
The sun comes around here.
point to east for me. If
That's
all
the
of us
ecliptic. The
here,
ecliptic is over here like that.
but if you were to point to east and I was to point to east, we know we're
30
talking
degrees
immediately
off.
now. Would we be pointing in the same direction, or is east?
Yes.
Yeah.
Distortion, refraction from this. It's a huge refraction. I'm talking about horizontal refraction over this amount of distance. There's a magnetic thing. You look at the stars, and you look at celestial navigation, how they square that compass. It's very interesting. That's how you look at. That's how you can wrap your head around it. Get an astrolabe.
You're incorrect. Imagine you were on a ball of Earth, right? And you had the ability to run around the equator at 1,000 miles an hour and follow the sun.
I
As
don't,
you
but you
pointed at the
don't.
sun from your starting position, and yes, you pointed. The sun rises in the east, sets in the west. As you follow it around, your east will always be changing as you go in a circle. So therefore,
The sun will be doing this. The sun will be.
for
The
every
sun will be
man
doing
on
this as
Earth.
you're running. The sun will
Yeah,
be
but
doing this
East
in
is
front of you.
different from
Right? We're
every
doing
man
this.
on Earth. So East is not a fixity in a ball Earth reality. How can you rely on something that's not the same for any man in any differing position? You
Hey,
can't,
Pete,
can
you
you?
can't just go on and on, bro. You just
Go
can't
ahead,
do this,
though.
bro.
Yeah,
I,
go
I
ahead.
was
I'll let the other guy
responsible for
respond.
unmuting you. I swear I'm gonna mute you, Pete. I'm not gonna. You're not gonna
Okay,
do this,
okay. Let the other guy respond then to my
Oh, I
problem
see.
there.
Oh, yeah.
please,
Oh,
man. Talk
All
for
right,
20,
all
30
right,
seconds, then pass the mic.
all right,
Please,
Essie.
Pete.
All right, all right.
it's on you, I see.
Who was next?
So good. Okay. Yeah. What? You need to get real in it.
It's silence though. What's going on? Why is there silence
Yeah,
now?
Pete, because
Fucking giant silent
everybody,
mother. You are a silent motherfucker.
Thanks.
you baffled everybody out, Pete.
Oh, I want to hear the drunk guy talk.
That's a great question, whether you realize it or not. For fuck's sake.
Who's that guy? That sounds pretty wasted. Hey man, how you doing? You know who you are.
Did you kill the VC, Pete?
I take the blame on this one. It's my fault. He asked me if he can be unmuted, and I fell for it. And I asked, and somebody unmuted him.
I'm talking.
We were having a good convo. We were talking about the human body design, exoskeleton versus the way we are now. It was pretty interesting actually. And Pete came in like a
Yeah,
tornado.
SE wishes his reproductive organs were on the inside.
Must have been lobster.
I
He
will
said he wants his
identify.
reproductive organs on the inside and lobster claws for hands.
Yeah.
I've heard there's some doctors that might take you up on doing those operations.
Yeah, they give you a button and everything.
Yeah, they're
Yeah.
best found in deep underground military bases. Phil Schneider can take it to where that is. Oh wait, no, he can't. Shit. Too soon. Wow. Somebody say something.
It's okay. The tornado, the Pete NATO is gonna wear off slowly. And sorry, Pete, I don't mean to, I don't mean to pick on you, bro. But yeah,
Hey, it's a good thing too because it gives us a variety of experience. You know, I was thinking last night, variety is the spice of life. It's kind of a hokey, cliche thing to say, but it really is, huh?
no, Pete could be an interesting guy if he does like short and sweet, right? I keep telling him,
Short and sweet.
come in short and sweet, bro. Say one thing, make it good, and go in and out. But he can't. He's like he goes on fifth gear.
That's what she said. Yeah, man. It's just some people's MO, and it is what it is. But it's like people get into a flow, and they can only get their point across if they do it exactly the way they're accustomed to. So it's kind of a balance. You got to know your audience at the same time.
Yeah, I mean, it's not for him to repeat himself, but the repeating of himself, sometimes I think that agitates us.
Pete,
No, in
Pete,
this
you repeat.
setting, it can't work because it's like there's so many people that want to talk, right? And you just can't talk 2-3 minutes, 4 minutes each. It won't work.
Yo, is somebody playing Mario Brothers? Just curious, because I heard the sounded like coins going off.
Dude, take me there. Take me to the Mario world.
I know you just got off school in like fourth grade. You're going over to your friend's house to just play Mario Brothers for hours until dinner time.
Yep. And your mom would be like, "What'd you learn in school today?" And I'd be like, "I don't know." Wait. Oh yeah, I was at school. That's right. Yeah, I went today, Mom.
You're like, oh yeah, Timmy had the new Nintendo Power, so we just looked at that all day.
Yeah. 1994, 1990. Just oh man, those were the days.
I wasn't even really that into video games, but I guess to some degree, I do remember playing Mario Brothers after school for
Yeah.
many times.
It was it's kind of what you did back then.
For Legend of Zelda is like 27 minutes. It's like, it's amazing to watch.
What, the speed runs?
There's like hacks in the map and stuff. Like there's like button presses you didn't even know about.
Yeah. Those
You
game
like
designers, man, I'll tell you what.
It's crazy.
They took a bite of that apple and, off we go.
Within the Legend of Zelda, there's a link, but when you're in anywhere in any map, there's an invisible anti-link that the enemies target. So it's always a mirror of like where you are. Isn't it trippy?
Yeah. Now imagine that
Deep
on
shit.
the scale of like an Earth size scale and really convincing. So we didn't even know it was a video game. What do you think?
It's hard to imagine the hardware or software that you would need for VR.
Yeah. Kind of hard. I mean, just take the Matrix, right? Be like, okay, I guess it would take something like that. Sure. That's a lot of stuff, a lot of tech, a lot of electricity, a lot of space, a lot of resources. Get that and keep that shit going. It's not impossible anymore, in my opinion, though. I've learned so much about all this stuff now. I'm waiting to be surprised at the next thing I learn because I stopped being surprised about this place a long time ago.
In what way?
Well, the more helpless and depraved shit I learn about how horrible people can be to each other, or whatever the things are that are in control of a lot of stuff, if they're people or not, I don't know.
Right.
Yeah, I'm not surprised anymore. Like when somebody, I used to like when people were bringing up, like we had Pizzagate and all that nonsense stuff. At first, I was like, it's probably just some conspiracies. And then the more I look into it, the more I think logically about it. I'm like, man, this is probably a pretty big problem that's not getting addressed. And and I was surprised to learn that there's a lot more of it going on than anybody wants to think about, right? And that's just one thing. Um, uh, like psychological, biological experiments. You know, I at first I had to start writing it off. Like, oh man, I'm gonna sound crazy if I start believing this stuff. So I either look into it for a long time and probably still try not to make a final decision, or I just give it up. But uh, to imagine what we don't know that might be going on underground, right? That's all. That's all I have to say.
So you're saying it's reptilian shape-shifting inner ponders?
I was trying not to say any of those words. I was really trying hard not to say like dumbs. But if you research the Archuleta Mesa and the Dulce bases and this kind of deal, and you look into it, there's still enough information left on the internet, whether or not that's controlled op, right? Because you got to always be cautious about what the shit you find. But yeah, super compelling, interesting stories that obviously sci-fi writer could make it all up, right? Easy peasy, 1, 2, 3 Z. But if real, it makes me sick for real.
I'm sure everyone's thinking right now, oh, how did we get here? Who created us? Is it shapeshifter?
When can I start shapeshifting? Why not me?
Do I get a second skin? No. No, but that,
theory.
obviously, besides the jokes, that is the ultimate question, right?
Yeah.
Hey, SE Montreal, I have a theory. And lots of things I sort of proffer up, you wouldn't have heard before, because all of the things that I think are within a sort of, I would say, a proper context. So it's almost like, okay, if you're not a flat earther, then you can't understand what I'm talking about because I become a flat earther leaving behind the ball earther. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, I have a theory about this. I'll be careful about the words I use here now, but it's about the C word, I guess. The crown. Okay, so we're with that, the whole pandemic sort of thing. And I have a theory that, okay, there's a different energy in place coming into play, and the reason why most of the conspiratorial minded people didn't take or fall for any of the propaganda and take any extraneous injections, if you know what I'm talking about, is because they were already increased in a certain way in terms of internal vibration, because they've been considering all of these mad thoughts, which we all can appreciate coming into conspiracy world. So because there's an external change in play, the reason for the inoculation, if you want, it's not for the bad, it's for the good. It's for the people who haven't increased their internal vibration by considering these differing possibilities. And without that in inoculation, well, they wouldn't be capable of surviving within the increased vibrational frequencies that are not, I'm just not going to say it to come. I think they're in play as we speak. You know what I'm saying? So that's my more positive outlook on everything that's been happening up to now. And I wonder what anyone else thinks. A flat Earth and beyond, of course.
No,
That
that
was a
was
lot.
good, Pete. Short and sweet.
That was a
That was
lot,
good.
though. You know, that was a lot,
It was
Essie.
no, that was
I think
good.
you
That
got
was
the
the
core
right
of it.
amount. Yeah, but
Excellent.
now let somebody respond, bro. That's it. That's all you got to
You
do.
respond. You go ahead. I'd love you to respond.
Let Pete respond to Pete's self. Okay.
Oh, I'd like
Don't interrupt
I'd love
him.
SE to
Interrupting
respond
himself.
if he wants, but go ahead.
Pete.
Sorry.
You're interrupting Pete. Go ahead, Pete.
Do you
Well,
think of
Pete,
that
really,
theory?
I don't know if I have. If there's anybody else, please go ahead. If anybody wants to take. Okay, then. Well, Pete, look, I really don't have a view on this. Let me just put it this way. What's coming up next is going to be very telling. What's coming up in the near future. That's all I'll say. Okay?
Yeah, that's fine, man. I've been saying that myself, but something massive to come. But as we're trying to wrap our minds around this, has this been a vain venture for us, SE? Have we lost family and friends? Have we lost associations? Have we lost heart? Because everything is in a indeterminable direction bound. We have no power. We might as well have been ball earthers. That's what I think. But what I'm trying to say to you, there's a greater hope for all of us. So the whole, see, I can't even speak freely about injections or whatever. So I'm thinking that it's a good thing. It's not a wiping out of the population. It's an increase in the frequency. And this is why there's so many heart problems associated, right? But it's only because we have greater increasing energies now, according to the greater new, well, old flat Earth and beyond reality. So yeah, it's a necessity. And it's out of love that this is done, not out of hate. That's what I think. It's not about population culling. It's about the evolution of the earth and the evolution of our minds regarding who, what, where, when, why, how we are as individual thinkers. That's what I'm saying. And it's not, I know it's a lot, but I also know at the same time, you're not happy as an individual just being where you were 10 years ago, knowing that it wasn't a globe earth. Because that begs the question, well, what is it? And at the very least, you know, SE, is that, well, these dickheads who are lying to me, whatever, they know, well, what I know and beyond. So I want to know what they know. And that's, I guess, the ultimate quest. Or else it's not. You become powerful or you become powerless as a flat earther. You become, actually, everything comes to mean everything or everything comes to mean no thing at all.
So you're doing it again, Pete.
I'm done now.
You're like
I
a
was just
free
done.
flowing ninja, like ninja, I don't know, a blender, like on full speed, like ripping through. Now you said
Pluto.
like 15 things now. I don't know what to respond to, Pete. What do you
Oh,
want me to respond to?
okay. Respond to my last point, which is as a flat earther and beyond, everything means everything or everything means nothing. Where do we land? Where do we find ourselves?
Well, that's a question where only you yourself could answer. Me, I find in the last few years I've grown. I learned a lot of things, right? And I've gained a lot of knowledge. I've made some friends in the process. Now I don't know what you've gotten, what you've done, and what you feel you've done, right? So that's an individual quest, an individual question.
Oh, let me tell you this, Essie, just briefly, because every man has a story, man, male, female, everyone has a story. But I was immersed within I went to the schooling system, I was immersed within the official educational paradigm. I went to university, I studied mechanical engineering, got a degree, loads of stories to tell about that, but I was completely immersed within the lie. Now, when I came to Flat Earth, that's a different story. Now I have to come to think in completely different terms because the truth was delivered in all of its entirety, in its greater spatial and time, temporal sort of encompassment. You know what I'm saying? They told me, SE, that the universe came from a big bang 13.46 billion years ago or whatever, and everything expanded out unilaterally in all directions. And I accepted it. And then within the midst of our minuscule reference point on Earth here, humankind and my mind developed from all of that internal story. I accepted it wholeheartedly. How could I deny it? How could I deny it? Because why? It's not just denying one man or one strange theory. It's about the amalgamation, the believing, the acceptance of the space and the time history, right? Anyway, the point I'm trying to get to is, okay, I was immersed in it completely. I came to flat Earth then, and now suddenly there's a completely different story in play, and all those characters, which is what they are, knew already what I am coming to know. SE knew already. That's the basis of their character formulation as they're presented through the historic tale. So that's what I want to know now, is whoever is living, what the fuck do you know that you're not telling me? What right have you over me or my child not to allow a certain truth to be transmitted to all? So yeah, that's my point. Forgive my passion here, because I think it is a very passionate affair, because they've lied to us.
What
about the
point? You
universe.
just read us an essay. I almost fell asleep just now, and I'm at work.
Jeremy, don't you hate it that someone knows something over you? All they had to do was...
I don't know what the hell you even just said. What do you know?
With Jeremy.
Yeah, I just wanted to say
Okay,
thanks,
one
FC
second.
Montreal.
1 second. Let me answer him, Jeremy, in one
This
sentence.
is
I'm
all
sorry,
Zeke
guys,
Paul.
man. I'm
Exactly.
Let me answer
sorry.
him in one sentence.
Exactly.
Let me answer him, Jeremy. Let me
Almost-
answer you in one sentence,
truth.
Jeremy.
No,
As we come
no,
out,
Pete. Absolutely not, Pete.
Let Pete talk
Pete,
for the 5.
just stop.
right?
Hey, can I just
That's
say
the-
something for 3 seconds?
No.
I got 3 seconds.
Just stop.
Just
Rob,
3
you're
seconds,
interrupting
please.
Pete.
3 seconds, please.
Rob, you're interrupting.
Please,
Jeremy.
please. I'm
Let
sorry.
Pete talk. Come on. What the fuck?
I know Pete's been going off. I've been waiting ever since SE said he made friends. And I just wanted to say thanks, SE.
Oh, you're welcome.
Yeah.
Who did I make friends with?
Well, you don't consider me a friend?
Of course, I consider you a friend, bro.
Who is
Oh,
he?
and oh, my spiel,
What's his name?
my answer to Pete.
I'm
Gotcha,
just saying,
gotcha.
thank you. I appreciate you.
Definitely, you're one of them, bro. Yeah.
Okay.
That's all.
Listen. Okay.
Back to
one
Pete
second.
Shea.
Go ahead, Pete. Go ahead, Pete.
Thank you. Thank you. One
Guys,
second.
please
And now,
stop
back to
interrupting
Pete.
Pete.
Brief response to Jeremy, please, which is, Jeremy, we understand that we're just after coming out of Plato's cave, and the people that delivered us, the ball earth, Dave, Rakia, in all of its intricate development over the course of time and space, well, it's a lie. So they have to be the ultimate authors, the ultimate artists behind it. They have to be much more aware of what we are coming to just bear in mind. Come on. It. What's the problem with that? I don't see it. We're Sherlock Holmes here, right? It's a perfect crime set up before us, but we're smarter than that now. Perfect crime. There's flaws in it. We're after discovering the flaws as flat earthers in the ball, and I can tell you actually.
All right, go ahead, Pete.
Last thing, the basic key is the decision to have the Earth's surface in motion. Go ahead.
Go ahead to what, man? There's no, like, this is where it's dead air and you start talking more.
Great, isn't it, Jordan?
Like-
I love it. Woo.
Like, this is where you think, oh, no one's talking. Let me keep talking more. And then it just fucking kills it, man.
Listen, bud, I'm telling you. But don't you
No,
understand?
don't
what you
tell me.
said?
Don't tell me, Pete. Please, don't tell me.
Yeah, but
You
when
be
you're
going to this
silent,
deep
no,
philosophical shit. Pete,
Listen,
we're
this
just
is not
relax for 5
philosophical.
seconds.
Hey, Jeremy.
We're just going to do a moment of silence. We're going to reset. All right. And we're going to just try to come back with a good topic we can all get in on.
Jeremy literally had to step out of the janitor's closet
Take
to
this
bring
time.
you this
Keep your
message, Pete.
thoughts together.
Choke it down.
Get your thoughts together, Pete. When just give it a 30 seconds and come back in blasting away. Jeremy's giving you the okay.
Yeah, but every time there's silence, and then I start to talk, Jeremy comes in and says, "See what you did, Pete? You created silence." Shit, can't win. Damned if I do, damned if I don't. That's a song I wrote years ago. Brilliant. Just reminded me.
You know,
Damned
some
if
of
I do.
us like to just sit back and relax in the evening and tune in to the Pete Shea show, and you guys are really making that difficult. Come on now.
Exactly. PJ asks questions
Thanks,
no one
Bob.
else has asked in history. You should be listening. You should be listening. What do you want, Sonic and Bacon to
Slash
come
S,
in
just in
and
case
talk
anybody
about fucking
was
black
wondering.
hole
That was not serious.
radiance? Yes.
All right, Pete. Any last words?
What do you mean
Do
last
we have a
words?
topic,
Last words before I
guys, or
muted it, is it or something?
do we have a
I
topic,
do.
an actual topic we
I
can?
have a topic.
What do you got? What do you got?
Okay.
Hit
I,
it,
w-
platypus.
I was. Wait, what?
Who was it?
The real Bob
Who
Dole.
has the topic?
Bob Dole.
Oh,
I was.
Bob. What's up, Bob?
Oh, I was thinking about something.
You sound like platypus.
Okay. Or does he sound like me? What? Boom.
That's a good
Mind
point.
blown.
Good point.
Okay. So the claim about space is that it's like a big set of nothingness with some things in it, right? Like that's the whole idea. That's what makes it a vacuum, is that it's actual literal space in between planets and stuff like that, right? Right. That's am I correct in saying that? We all on the same page there?
What's your thoughts on
No,
that, Pete?
Bob. No, let me go first. We don't need Pete yet. I just want to say that space is the measurable distance between two physical objects.
I'm just what I'm talking about. I'm talking specifically about what their claim of outside the Earth is when they say space. What they're claiming is that like there's nothing there in between, like in between the Earth and the Moon,
Oh, I love
or
it.
I mean now they claim there's atmosphere between those two maybe, but like between like the Earth and Mars, what they're claiming is that there's a vast distance of nothing in between those two objects, right?
Fascinating. What does Pete think?
And they're
And the
calling it
real Bob Dole, PJ says hello again. I haven't heard from you in years, but go ahead. Yeah.
okay. So what I was thinking about was the idea of like, okay, so the thing that causes stuff to slow down here is like friction. We can't just keep moving faster and faster because there's enough things, atmosphere and things like that in our way that like it heats up and causes problems, right? They would claim that like once you're out there, there's nothing in your way, and so you can like then I think this is what they claim they do is the things that they send off into deep space or whatever, right? Is that they're able to launch it with speed, and then it will just keep going because there's nothing in the way to stop it, right?
But what are you getting at here?
Okay, so okay, all right, and here's the thing I was thinking about was if you have nothing to stop you and you have no friction and you can do that thing where you launch and you're going to speed, shouldn't they technically have no upper limit to the speed they can reach? Because you have your ship or whatever it is, okay, and you have they say that they can get their combustion to work and propel something forward in space. You do that for let's say 5 seconds and you get whatever the spaceship or whatever up to whatever speed, okay, 1/1000th of the speed of light, okay. There's nothing there to slow it down, so it's going that speed, but you cut off the engines or whatever, you're not firing anymore, and it should just keep going that speed because there's no friction, there's nothing to slow it down. If you fire it again for like 5 more seconds, it's going to have just as much force as it did the other time, except now it's adding on to the speed you're already going. And you should be able to do that, I would think, over and over and over again, where you fire it for a little while and then stop, and you're just going this whatever speed, and then you fire it again, and now you're going that speed plus the extra speed from when you just fired it. Shouldn't they be able to program
Let's get
something
back to
to
Pete.
do that over and over and over again in a short amount of time? Let's say it takes you a week, and you should be at the speed of light.
That's a
Are
great
you
thought,
the
man.
are you the real Bob Dole? Are you the fake
The
real
problem
Bob
is,
Dole?
hold on, Pete. The problem is that you have to have enough fuel to do that, to be able to do that with it. With you know what I'm saying?
But like, I get that, but the bursts, I said 5 seconds. They shouldn't have to be that long because it basically you're just adding to the speed you already have. So whatever speed you're at, any amount of force extra is automatically on top of that. So they should be able to do, I would think, basically just an absurd number of microbursts of boost just over and over and over again over a period of time until they're at the speed of light. Theoretically, that's what they should be able to do. Just program it to fire, stop, fire, stop, fire, stop, fire, stop in short, ridiculous
Okay,
bursts.
I'm with you. I'm with you on this one because
That's
actually,
ridiculous number.
just let me give it. Hang on, bud, because I'm with him. If anyone else is with him, let them say this. I'm with you on this one, the real Bob Dole, because I brought it back to our nearest venture, which is from man to the moon, right? So you have to have a certain velocity, and then there's no resistance when you get to space. But yes, in theory, according to their mathematics and their sort of expressions, I guess, yes, that continual burst will be able to constantly accelerate you to a greater and greater speed. And the question I would bring us back to consider is, well, when they were getting to the moon, after we go, just to finish last sentence, honestly,
Excuse me.
when they were getting to the moon
Why isn't
and they
this
were
on? Why is the
25,000 miles an
shit
hour
still in
and
the
they had to
stick?
slow down to 6,000 miles an hour, what force did they have
When
to
I get
pull in
home,
the opposite
this should be
direction?
on.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Somebody's hot micing.
Yeah, we got a hot micer.
Okay, but my point was made about the moon, so they had to slow down from 25,000 miles per hour, leaving the Earth's atmosphere, the escape velocity, right, SE? But how did they know then they had to slow down to 6,000 miles an hour when they were orbiting the moon, even in its old rotation? But the point is, what is the opposing force which they applied, and what is the mathematics in this empty space? So I think the real Bob Dole is perfectly correct. Perfectly correct. Infinitesimal applications of energy will constantly increase your rate through zero resistance, and eventually you'll get, in theory, to the speed of light.
Yeah,
Excellent.
exactly.
Excellent. Jeremy, do you have anyone else have anything to say about this? Because the man is exactly on point. The basis of their orbital mechanics, in a sense, they reach a balance, right? And did you know that satellites, it doesn't matter about the mass of it. It's not the
Hey,
point.
Pete,
Yeah, go ahead.
you better remember. You better remember not to pause, or else you'll interrupt your own monologue.
It's okay. Thank you, Gio.
That was an attempt to be a joke.
Gio, I
So
did
what?
give the
So
answer.
point.
I
What
give
is
the
the
only
point?
answer.
Can you pass
No
the
one
mic?
else gave an
What's the
answer.
point? What's the point so someone can respond to it? Wrap it up in 3 seconds.
No one else gave an answer. You go ahead and give an answer, Gio. Go ahead.
Bob Dole,
Who's that coming like that with his mic? Who's that?
It's Bob Dole.
That might have been me.
Oh, okay.
Did you have a response, Bob?
I think wasn't he just agreeing with me? Wasn't he just saying, yeah, that's the way it should work? I thought that's what he was saying.
Yes, that's exactly what I was saying. I was asking for Gio for a response to what Bob was saying. Go ahead, Gio. Not.
So you guys mentioned the speed of light, right? And you
Oh,
mentioned
hey!
something traveling at that speed, correct?
Sounds fancy.
It was in reference to like I guess maybe that's not anyone's goal. Maybe no one cares about reaching the speed of light. But in my head, it seems like that would be a thing to try to do. And so, like, but what I was saying was basically, it seems like it should be possible in their paradigm and with the way they've structured things. If there's no friction, if there's nothing stopping the object as it goes through space, they should be able to program something to fire and stop firing and then refire and just basically stack speed over and over and over again. And it might take a long time, like it might take a week or so, but if you could reach the speed of light within a week, that's still way faster getting to the destination, like whatever planet you're trying to get to, than it would be with what we do right now. And like it wouldn't even be an issue of then how do you stop, because you could just program it to then, when it needs to, start slowing down in the same exact increments.
But
How do you
the
think
problem is
they're
having that much. The problem is having that much fuel on you, right? Because in order to get going even just a little bit with that much fuel, it's going to take a lot of friggin' fuel. So there's that.
Jeremy, let me
Yeah,
ask you a
Pete
question.
Shea, Google what is the Voyager probe orbiting?
Okay, 1 second. Before I do that, let me ask Jeremy a direct question. Jeremy, if we take it that the story of man to the moon was correct, right, so they had to achieve a certain velocity which was taken up by the fuel in the greater body of the rocket itself, right? So the capsule then was propelled at 26,000 miles per hour towards the moon. What force did it take to get that capsule to slow down, which, according to the official figures, had to be around 6,000 miles an hour to orbit around the moon? How much force did it take, and where was that energy coming from to
It's a big
justify
crash.
that deceleration? Okay.
The space,
I
Big
mean, Bob, if you want to,
Pete talk.
the space brakes take care of that.
Yeah, there you go, Gio. That's the best answer I heard. Right.
It must sound,
you gotta do
it maybe
Newton.
it sounds funny, but he's
Yeah,
right what he's saying.
you know that
Oh,
guy that does he does the trick shots on TikTok, like he takes a million and like he gets it to land perfectly, just exactly right, and the little special little trick
Right.
he's doing.
Yeah, yeah.
That's all they do, Pete. They just they got a perfect shot, just not too much energy, not too little, just the right amount.
That's right. That's right. But they have a speedometer in space as well that they know
No,
they have
you
to
do
slow down
Newton's
to
law. You do
6,000
Newton's law of
miles per
motion.
hour.
Every action. You do Newton's law. Every action has an equal and opposite reaction. So you're firing the thrusters behind you to get there, and then when you want to slow down, you got to just fire them the opposite way.
But Bob's saying that
Yeah.
he's saying the speed increase would be exponential. So you'd be like continue to keep creating more and more speed. You wouldn't really like max out because there's no friction to resist you at a certain speed.
He's semi right. Obviously, there's gravities that are going to resist you.
So could you go infinite speed in space then, in theory?
Into a black hole, yes.
in the model, you cannot.
Into the black hole, they can.
Obviously,
They can approach the
well,
speed of light. I'm sorry. They accelerate infinitely.
We're gonna
no,
max
you
out.
can't.
We're gonna max
No.
out at C.
I know that's the why not?
Full throttle, C.
We got to pray to R and max out at C. There's so many
Oh, I
restrictions.
see. You're saying it's capped at C and they can't go infinitely? Is that what we're saying?
Capped out.
Yeah, that's fine. I'm sorry. I'm saying they could accelerate indefinitely up to that in their mind. I'm sorry. But since they've not reached that limit yet, that's why I'm saying they could keep going.
Well, I actually have a way. To go faster than the speed of light. Theoretically, have you heard of the trains?
You win.
Train
No, you
scenario?
absolutely win. You win, and they're gonna fucking reference frame you, and they're fucking retarded. You absolutely win, dude.
Yeah, it doesn't
You
work,
don't-
Jeremy, because it doesn't pick up the conserved momentum of the train moving. Is how they try to claim it. So
The light? No, what?
you'd be going
No,
faster
you
than
have
the
a
light.
grander frame. If you're above looking at his whole contraption, right, with a reference grid XY above, and you're looking down at this thing, you damn sure will see something going across the XY grid faster than it. He's absolutely right, though. He's absolutely right. Isn't he right?
Well, if you're going to talk about the model, the fantasy model, you got to get it right.
How does it? No, but Gio,
Because
why are
in
you
the
saying?
hear
Why
me
you
out,
saying
bro. Hear me out, please.
not
In the
conserve momentum?
fantasy model, an object cannot travel at the speed of light.
Well, look, I
Don,
wanna
Jeremy's
know what-
talking about like going 1,000 miles an hour on a train and then emitting it to try to get
Yeah.
going like the speed of light plus 1,000 miles an hour kind of thing.
Yeah, but he's
No,
not
no,
talking
no,
about
no.
doing it with
Here's what
light.
you
He's
do.
No, in the
talking about
fantasy.
extra trains, and they definitely will be conserving the momentum.
Yeah, no, Gio, this is the trains inside of trains inside of trains thing where we got like
Right.
10,000 trains and stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't think it works though, because
Definitely works.
it doesn't.
No.
The 1,000-mile-an-hour speed doesn't conserve the momentum for the speed of light. The speed of light just propagates at its own.
He's
speed.
not talking about that though, Gio. He's talking about multiple trains. Either way, Jeremy, you know it wins. It practically can't be done. The same thing they're talking about this fucking Voyager thing, like leaving the solar system or wherever. Like, dude, how much acceleration would this thing actually be having? Come on, man. How is that shit not going at the speed of light? You know what I mean? If it can leave, like what?
That's
No,
like
I sound-
talking about the Wizard of Oz, right?
Yeah, right.
Anything
I
you
know I
talk about
sound-
out there is just speculation.
Right. It's hard not to feel dumb when talking about it. Even if I knew their exact fucking story, like I still would feel dumb. Like being
The only reason they say you can't go faster than C is because some dude said you can't. Like, they don't
Exactly.
they don't actually know that.
That's what I
Exactly.
was
Somebody
saying.
said you can't.
I know that's what I was saying. I was just saying in the model that they've created of how light works.
Yeah, we were talking about their model because that's the only thing that that we can go on, right? Their stories, and they are stories, to be
Yes,
sure.
everything is a story. One second, Nessie. Let me ask Gio a question here, Gio. Honestly and genuinely, because I'm fascinated by your story and what you sort of hold yourself to be a part of now in terms of greater recognition. And where are we bound for, Gio? Are you at an advantage over I am? Do you know something that I don't know that you're not telling me about this life? What's the purpose of this life or this venture? Is it pointless or is it ultimately significant, or is there some sort of a balance in play that we ourselves decide? You know what I'm saying? And I'm only asking you that genuinely. I love you, my friend, but I take your word as well that you've had ventures into different realms and you have different awarenesses. So what's this all about? Is my ultimate question, and if you could be succinct, I would really appreciate it. Honestly.
Perhaps all the answers will come more into focus day after day, Pete.
The answer is a solution, right? And do you know how, like, when you take salt and put it in the water, they call it a solution, right?
There is
So
no spoon.
we are trying to, we want to put our energy into the rest of the energy and mix as beautifully as possible. You know what I'm saying? We want to find the solutions.
Isn't it? Listen, I'm not saying this in any way. I don't know. I'm not aware of what anyone is aware of, honestly. But the easiest way out would be suicide. How easy would it be?
That doesn't
But
solve
then what's
anything.
that solve?
It doesn't
You know,
solve
Easy?
anything.
It's a quick, easy way out, as opposed to the horrific thoughts of living through tomorrow as a drug addict or as a truther, in a sense, where you can't talk to anyone. Everyone is
Something weird.
you know.
Have you known people? I've known multiple people that I've interacted closely with that have committed suicide. Like, I'm talking about, like, blindsided. Like, in retrospect, they say, oh, you should have seen this or you should have seen this. But there's no way I would ever, like, I don't know how these people, I don't know where it come from. But I've, one kid hung himself, one kid shot himself in the head. One kid did it right in front of people. Like, I don't know, man.
I'm not saying
All right.
about that. You have your objections to that, but in the same sense, as we come to flat Earth and beyond, it seems as we come to conspiracy world that we're reigned by some demonic force. I'm telling you my point of view here, but sincerely, but I'm telling you where I've sort of come beyond or to and beyond. But yes, we're faced with this. It's almost impossible scenario in conspiracy thinking. So the easy way out, because now that we're faced with an infinite, I guess, extension. You know what I'm saying? We came away from, the evolution, heliocentric, limited nothingness, which is 72 years or something, and then you're nothing before and beyond. You know what I'm saying? So
Pete.
now, okay, just to finish, Gio, in spite of all of the odds, then, is that not just an option out of it? It only takes a second to kill yourself. Have yourself through the heart is the quickest way.
No, it's
Makes it
not.
stage left.
Nope.
An option for me.
Solves nothing.
Where do you go then, Gio? Can you not decide? Have we no choice?
Your ass will probably come right on back.
Yep,
Why?
you'll be
What
right back in
problem?
the same position until you get through it.
What problems though, Gio? You're. That's what I'm saying to you. You seem to have some surety within a certainty of past lives and maybe future lives.
The
I mean,
program
I
speaks
don't
to you,
know.
man. I mean, I can't tell you how many times it was like, bro, it just speaks to you, man. You know what I mean? Like you call out and ask for it, it'll hand it to you.
But that's what I think, that it's not about the answer, it's about the question that you ask. Be very careful about the question you ask that you want an answer for.
How about this, Pete?
Like that.
The antecedent to forgetting is remembering.
I like that, Gio. Remember, put
So everything
together.
you've forgotten has an entropic direction towards remembering,
What do you think about the
which,
Vedic
which
sort of?
ends at everything being reintegrated.
What do you think about the Vedic? Remember, Wakey, and Matrix Decode at the beginning of. What do you think about the Vedic sort of doctrine that we have all of these different sort of cycles, and we're just our lifespan here. A day seems like an eternity to some people. You know it. A minute does. But yeah, what do you think about this thought that we have in relation to the greater reality, if we were to accept it, in terms of all of these just recurring cycles of human reincarnation? What do you think about that? Is that not enough to drive us mad right now, Gio? What's the purpose? What could ever be the purpose?
Damn, that last thing's driving me mad with. Think about that last thing he said, bro. He threw like the antecedent and the balance is in there, but then thinking about it with the entropy, it's like imagine that, man. Which direction is the entropy? But that is awesome thinking like, hey man, the only direction, God, that is sick to think about, Gio. And I hear what you're saying as far as cycles of lives or whatever too. Like even if you forgot stuff, maybe you're saying this in past lives. You can only the opposite of that. It's like the only direction to go is up. But
All
then
these missions are
can
built
we?
on globe Earth considerations, though, bud. This is the thing,
Can
this is
we?
the trick. What if the Earth itself, or what if us ourselves are encompassing greater history, greater knowledge right at this time? I think that the Earth itself, as we experience it, is only about 400 years old. Whatever is
Think
beyond
about
that.
think
Pete,
about think
have you
about
ever
this analogy. Go ahead.
hold on, Pete? Have you ever thought about the idea that we're living on a tree stump?
Oh, it's very interesting that you asked that, Jeremy, because
Well, let's hear what Don was going to say, though. Let's not start Pete on tree stumps.
It's just a quick
Yeah, my
analogy,
bad. My
Gio.
bad.
Not to challenge you either, but to just highlight, you know, the magicalness or whatever of what you said, because I I think it's very possible what like I get behind what you say. The only the opposite antecedent to forgetting is remembering. But like, what if I was to throw you the analogy of okay, the whole world burnt down and is covered in lava, that's forgetting, right? It's like it can only build itself back. You know, I mean, I get like, what is going to build it back? We don't know, but you're right. Like, it can only, the opposite is it's only going to go, once it's all melted, it's only going to start growing again. Like,
You've been smoking
Yeah,
the
what if
lava again, Don.
what if all knowledge is waiting for us to uncover it in the future, like in a like in an entropic fashion, like in a direction towards greater and greater knowledge that's like inevitable.
yeah, I love that you put
Geo,
that direction on it. It's awesome.
well, one second, Geo. What then? When is the future? You're aware of your past lives. How many future lives are you aware of? Honestly, bud. I wish. Maybe I don't. I maybe wish I did. I did get immersed with all of these different.
You can tap into future lives.
Are you aware of? Are you aware of future evolution? Where do you see the ultimate destination?
Well, I'm just
of
saying
us?
people have uncovered memories of future lifetimes is what I'm saying. So yeah, you can, because it's outside of time.
What
So
about you yourself, Gio? You
Well,
already declared that you were aware of past lives, multiple, right? To some degree. I'm not holding you to any. I'm just saying, Gio. I mean, I'm just going on what I trusted what you say. I don't know. I haven't been to the depths of these psychedelic explorations. I tried to. I told you the story of how I tried to make DMT and how I took some mushrooms, but I didn't do it properly. It's not so freely available over here in Ireland. But
yeah,
I'm
when
not bragging your
you might have
story.
eaten the wrong species of mushrooms and you
Yeah,
got
but
sick,
it
and
doesn't matter.
thankfully you
I'm
didn't die.
glad. I'm glad. If I went on mushrooms tomorrow, Geo, I'd go mad. I think I would with my flat earth and beyond
oh
mind.
no,
So I'm thinking that
you would
everything
love
is maybe designed in a certain way. Yeah.
you would love it, Pete. You'd love it, Gio. You know, maybe you can help me out, man. I've been wanting a trip, and they have the Rick and Morty multiverse bar, and everyone said like you eat that whole thing, you're gonna be fucked up. That's
Yeah.
like $50, 30 or 50, and then um, my other buddy has some psilocybin gummies,
Shit.
and they're like factory package or whatever, but it says they're 4.0 grams. And there's no other labeling on the package, so I don't know. Does it mean like the whole pack? I guessing is that much, and then and then it's got little pieces in it. And I'm gonna ask like, how much of this do I need to eat to fucking trip? Can the gummies even fucking make you trip? I need some insight on this shit right here, man.
Take it nibble by
I
nibble,
doubt
bit
Geo.
by bit.
I doubt Geo eats gummies.
Come on.
Like that don't sound like something he would even eat. So
No,
I
but
don't know.
he might know the potency ratio and minimum dosage threshold I should take or something like. I don't know. Like if the gummies are for them, you know what I mean? Like if the whole gummies are 4 grams, then how much active ingredient should I expect in that? You know?
Well, it depends on the origin of the particular gummy strain. That
Yeah, it
you're
depends on
talking
how they're
about.
made. Yeah, it depends on what they are.
You know, I could figure like by the pricing, like it should be similar. Like okay, just buy $50 worth, and then that'll make me trip. But that's like a full container or something, and then I guess just eat the whole shit. I don't want to
Just
waste it.
nibble
You know what
it
I'm
bit by
saying? I
bit.
don't want to
No,
waste
you
it.
might want to start off small though and
Yeah, tread
work your way
carefully.
up.
For goodness sake.
I don't know.
Yeah, fucking wait. Waste it. Like take half of one, waste it. Take all one. Feels a little something. Like, all right, I need to. Because
Well,
like if
one
you take it
second.
slowly, you're not gonna get hit all at once. Like you need to take the whole right amount right away.
I think the
No, I'm saying
problem.
like eat a little bit, see how it makes you feel, and then like go off of that. You know what I'm saying? Like I wouldn't just eat the whole fucking bar. I don't know how it works.
Wait, is this a psilocybin bar or is it like cannabis? What are you referring like?
No, psilocybin. So there's a psilocybin Rick and Morty bar that's called the Multiverse Bar or something, and apparently that shit is like I've talked to like 10 different people, maybe 20 different people, and they're all like, yeah, you eat the whole bar, they're tripping balls. Or, you know, or at least hallucinating, seeing streaky, rainbowy, all that, whatever. You know, whatever you call it, the bubbling, whatever. But
Froth, universal
then they
froth.
yeah, but that I forget the milligram on that, or that was like a couple ounces of the bar, I'm pretty sure. But then they have these gummies that it's a 4-gram pack of gummies, and it's a psilocybin gummy. But there's no other label. It just says 4 grams. You know, that's it. And it has their brand on it, you know. But it's like $30 a pack or something. So I'm thinking maybe I eat a whole one of them or two. Like, for that much money, that should be enough to fuck me up, right? Like,
Yeah, but you can't Google it. Why are you asking Geo? Just Google it, bud.
yeah, okay.
That's like saying maybe I should put a bottle of booze and maybe I should drink the whole bottle.
Yeah.
Like,
Exactly.
what are you saying, bro? Come on.
Dude, I'm just saying, man. Like, I've heard y'all talk about this stuff. Like, I just figured maybe we can get some insight. It ain't that serious. It's not that serious.
Hang on. Maybe if you Googled it, the proper application would be shove one of those gummy bears up your anus and just let it rest there for an hour or two, and then gradually get high. I don't know. I'm just saying.
Stick one under
No.
the tongue, one in the bum.
Yeah. Yummy gummy bear.
Yeah, I guess it all depends on how they extract it and what the potency is. Like, also, is that like synthetic psilocybin or is that like an actual mushroom extract? Or I guess it would all just depend on what they are. Because even dried mushrooms can have different potency. You know,
Right,
three grams of dried mushrooms of one species might be way more potent than another species, and also depending on how old it is too, like how long it's been since it's been picked out of the ground, because they will decrease over time. So yeah, there's a lot of factors. I mean, with the actual mushroom material, you can basically do like a hot water tea extraction, which is a common way to do it, where people just put the dried mushrooms in like a little cup. I'm not recommending this to anyone outwardly. I'm just sort of describing how, where you just you break up the mushrooms, put them in a cup, and then just pour hot water. You know, boil water and pour boiling water on it. And then all you have to do is just drink the liquid. You don't even have to eat the chunks of mushrooms. You can like strain out the chunks of mushrooms because it's so water soluble that like all the psilocybin comes out in the water. So then all you have to do is just drink the liquid, which is a lot easier than chewing on mushrooms.
Huh. Okay.
That's a common
I've
way.
heard the tea. I didn't know you had to just. I thought you had to eat them too, but yeah, that's awesome.
Is there a trick to doing the alcohol extraction?
I don't really think there's any reason to use alcohol because hot water extraction is all you really need. I mean, even if one was going to do like a 6 gram, like a high dose, you can still just do the tea and just boom, just drink a couple ounces of water and you got it all.
It actually hits a lot faster too. Usually if you eat them, it takes like an hour versus if you drink it in a tea, it's like within 5 minutes you're like feeling it. So I've heard.
Yeah,
Damn.
exactly. With the tea, it comes on way faster. Exactly. You're like peaking within 20 to 40 minutes instead of like an hour and a half. Yeah, you're the liquid like that with the tea. Yeah, that's totally true. It hits you super fast.
And you don't
That's
get
another.
stuck in your teeth. It's the worst. Yeah, I used to like roll it up into little balls and like swallow like pills because I couldn't stand it, like getting stuck in your teeth, like all gross.
I know.
But when I discovered the tea, I was like, "What? How come nobody told me this sooner? What the hell?"
Yeah, it's so much better. And I've even experimented between like straining out the actual mushroom material versus consuming it, even though it's just kind of like soggy, but it almost makes like no difference. So it's amazing. It's like all of it comes out in the water, and you can just even like seems like pretty much strain out the actual mushroom pieces, and not even have to eat them at all because they are kind of bitter and they don't really taste great.
That's awesome. And you know what? I don't think I've ever went deep on the mushrooms, so I don't know what these people are telling me. Like if they're just, the high school phenomenon of people just agreeing, the placebo effect and whatever. But I know I've had like good LSD like multiple times where I'm literally melting into like posters are spiral melting. I'm going in it. You know what I mean? Like or like, dude, I've had crazy fucking hallucinations on LSD, but I've never taken enough mushrooms to go that deep. I don't even know. Is it possible? Does it do that same type of similar thing to you?
It's so much better than LSD in my opinion. Like it literally like it's so much cleaner and so much like you don't have like that chemical like I don't know. I'm not saying that like,
That
obviously there's different types of
dry head.
LSD out there, but like and there's cleaner ways. Some people make it cleaner than others, like I get it, but if to me like comparatively speaking, I would definitely take the route of the natural way. It's like 10 times better. And I if I were you, I would start out small and then work your way up. You can always take more, you can't take less. So like I'm not joking. One time I took just this teeny little cap and it was little teeny tiny, like barely anything. I didn't think it was gonna do shit, and it was like the hardest I ever like tripped. I was like not expecting it and was like, oh my gosh, like I totally ruined for like the next like 8 hours or whatever. Like, and you're not expecting it. Like, so there's times, other times where I know people that will take like a whole bunch and like, lose it and just not, just like run off into the forest for like hours. And I don't know. I feel like, when in doubt, half it out. Like, definitely don't don't think that you're some big tough guy and be like, oh, I could take this whole 8 to myself. Like, just start out with like a little bit, and then you know what I mean. You can always add 2 if you're
Gotcha.
feeling okay. Just
That's some good
because,
advice right there. Yeah.
yeah. Because the last thing you want to do is like have one of your friends be like having to babysit your ass or like talk you down off a cliff if you've had like a bad day or something. You don't ever want to be that friend.
Yeah. I mean, I know gradual is the way. I just don't want to waste it. You know what I'm saying? Like
Yeah, I
building
feel
it
you.
up.
And
Like,
and
you
it
know what I'm
depends.
saying?
It depends on, the strain. It depends on, like what Gio is saying. It depends on, how old it is. It depends because it does like lose its potency and whatever. So yeah, I mean, whoever you get it from or whatever, like ask them, hey, is this strong? Like get like some, if there's somebody that's taken it before to like give you a read on like what a proper dosage is, because they all vary. Like I said, like I literally took the time. It was maybe like a half-inch tall, tiniest little cap. So it was so small. I was not expecting it to be like anything like it was. So looks can be deceiving for sure. So just saying. And you can always like don't ever do 2 in a row. Like basically like if you like have fun one night, like the next night is going to take twice as much for you to trip as much as the night before. So basically wait till like a month later. Like you don't want to be doing it super often anyways. It's not really the type of thing you should be doing often, but like you literally can't. Like it's designed, and that's why I think it's beautiful too, because it's designed in a way that like you can't really like get hooked on it, because it just doesn't have the same effect. If you tried to like do it every day, you wouldn't be able to, because it doesn't work like that. I don't know, it's kind of crazy. But yeah, I didn't mean to take over you guys' conversation. Sorry. I just heard a little bit about something that I used to know a lot about. So been like a decade for me probably since I've even partaken in anything like that. But definitely worth trying, and you know being smart about it and everything too, though.
Yeah, it sounded like wise words coming from experience. I agree. Not too much, too often, and start off small.
Yeah, for
And
sure.
you
Well,
can
like
always add.
the from what I've heard, the origins of it were like, the natives would take it like at like specific times in their life, like in adolescence, and then like once when they're like, coming of age or something, and then when they were like getting married, like, and then, you know, like midlife crisis type of shit, and then like on their deathbed, like basically like, you know, those like mile markers of your life is pretty much like how they
Yeah,
describe
a
like
lot of yeah, a lot of people are like doing like microdoses and things like that too, and that's something I haven't
yeah, I actually
tried,
have
but
I have a friend that, well, actually, my friend's mom was in the military and was battling PTSD for like 20 years, and nothing ever worked for her, like ever. And I suggested the microdosing, like, you know, 10 years ago or whatever. And she tried it and she was like, dude, oh my God. Like, after like, I think like 3 or 4 months, like I saw her again after I didn't see her for a minute, and she like lost all this weight and she looked amazing and she was like so happy and vibrant and so like it was just such a beautiful thing to see her like so different from like the few months earlier that I saw her, and like how grateful she was and how like she was like, dude, it's totally changed my life. Like, this is amazing. And then I talked to her a couple years later and she was like, yeah, I don't really do it anymore, but it like helped her brain like grow back together. Cause I guess that's what it does. Like things that have been severed in your brain, it helps to like grow them back together somehow, like nerves or some shit. So basically she didn't even like need to continue doing it. She basically just did it for like, you know, a year or whatever. And then like she felt fine and she didn't take it for a while and she kept feeling fine. So I think that's the other thing that's like really dope about it, is that it's like it's not something like pharmaceuticals where they're like, yeah, you have to take this pill, this happy pill every day for the rest of your life for you to feel happy, like, or whatever, which never worked. Like, she said that she tried, like, over the 20 years of, like, what the doctors had prescribed her, that she tried, like, every different pill out there and nothing ever worked. And she was overweight and unhappy and just, like, so much not, you know, just not doing good. And that this was the one thing that actually helped her. So, pretty much anybody that I talk to now that talks about PTSD issues or anything really like mental issues, I'm like, yo, try freaking microdosing, you know, like couldn't hurt, you know, like if you tried everything else and you're desperate, like try something that's actually natural, you know?
yeah, make those reconnections in the brain.
Yeah, and psilocybin mushrooms and ayahuasca have both been shown, even in like laboratory type settings, to be like neurogenic or to create neurogenesis, which essentially is like the generation of new neurons. It actually can create new neurons in your brain and like new neuronal pathways. And like you said, like reconnect neuronal pathways that were previously like severed or damaged due to either like emotional trauma or physical trauma, etc. And it's both psilocybin and ayahuasca have been shown to actually like be neurogenic and actually like regrow those neurons and reconnect those areas in the brain. So yeah, that is fascinating that even at microdose, you know, they're not necessarily having like a very like a really heightened type of peak experience with the microdose. They may not even feel it at all, or it might be very, very minimal. But at the same time, you're still getting those actual, whether it's biochemical or however that actual neurogenesis process is happening, just by microdosing, you're getting that benefit. So it's very interesting, like you were saying, after a few months of that, you know, when you add up, you know, every microdose, each small amount, then that's a good amount of the actual plant material that's helping to regrow the brain the neurons in the brain.
Yeah, she said it was like the tiniest little like pinch. Like she had it all, like she ground it all up in like a coffee grinder and like would put a pinch of it. I think when she was making her own like capsules out of like, you know, other whatever other herbs she was taking, I think like yarrow or something, and she just put like a pinch in with the other stuff and just, you know, she's like it was enough to where it like kept me kind of like I didn't she said she didn't feel like she was like on anything. She just felt like relaxed. Like it just helped her feel relaxed. And like I can understand that too, because I mean I used to take like just a tiny little like probably about a pinch or so before I'd go out sometimes, and I knew I was going to a bar and I like knew that I had to like work the next day and didn't want to drink or whatever. Didn't want to be tempted to drink. So I would just take the tiniest bit to the point where I wasn't messed up at all, but it made me like literally like totally like disgusted at the idea of like drinking anything, and like it helped to like make me be more responsible if that makes any sense. But I'd want to go out to like a show or go out like support a friend or like, some like art show or music show or something, but like didn't want to like be tempted to like drink anything because, trying to be a good cookie and everything. But it worked, man. Like I would literally like had no desire. Like even if I would take like a sip of like my friend's beer or something, I would just be like, wow, like it just tasted gross to me. And I just didn't like, I wouldn't, and then I'd be good. And yeah, so if anybody's like battling or they want to like go out and try and like not, now it's not it wouldn't be an issue for me because haven't been drinking for a long time and I have no desire without mushrooms. But back in the day, that was definitely something that was helpful. If whatever.
Yeah, I've definitely had experiences like I remember specifically in college of being at like a house party and I was on mushrooms and everyone else was drinking. And like when I was tripping, like people were like, "Oh, have a beer," and I'm like, "No, I'm good. Like I'm on a whole nother level. Like I wouldn't
Right.
even want to ruin this with the alcohol."
Exactly. Yeah, like you'd usually be like by the end of the night, like that person in the tree hanging out in the yard, like not even in the house with the rest of the people. Trees are fun to climb. And apparently they have like their own like energy or whatever. Like I mean, I know I've known for a long time about grounding, but I guess trees themselves, like touching trees and like no wonder I used to like climbing trees a lot, is like they have their own like energy they give off that's like more amplified than just regular walking around barefoot type of shit,
So there is something to tree hugging.
Yeah, there is. Yeah, when I heard that I was like, oh, the
Yeah.
tree hugging.
Yeah, because
Yeah.
you're grounding. It's like you're grounding through the tree.
Yeah, and the tree actually gives off it like an amplified like energy from the earth, so it actually like yeah, it makes a lot more sense now. Especially like when you're in that state of mind to be like gravitationally like pulled towards the trees, like now I understand it. Like it makes so much more sense.
Yeah, I'm always
Sorry,
drawn.
mine not coming through.
Yeah, you're good. Go ahead.
Oh, sorry. I've said something a few times. I was just going to say to you, Tio, how you were just mentioning about the rejoining connection neurons and stuff. Do you think that's why then that ayahuasca helps people remember things in their past? You reckon there'd be a connection to that? Because like a lot of people that I know have taken ayahuasca and gone to Peru, etc., have come back and said the journey was, just a journey into their past, back into problems that they had in younger life, and showing them things that happened in the family, etc., that they'd completely forgotten about.
That's interesting.
Yeah, that is a common set of experiences that many have, especially near the beginning of working with that medicine, where they'll kind of start at their biographical memories from their lifetime and things that. So yeah, but you're saying the way that the neuron reconnection is being connected to that. Yeah, I mean, it would be interesting to see even more research done with that, because of course we're somewhat limited as to what all is happening in terms of within the brain, I would say. But at the same time, because there's even the idea that during a trauma, like let's say a PTSD type thing, there's the idea that when that person's going through that, the emotions are so overwhelming that they're really not able to kind of process all of it in that moment, such overwhelming emotions. And so it's often described as like a splitting of some sort that occurs, where the memories are so overwhelming or so painful that the person will essentially kind of suppress, or like some part of them will kind of split off during that trauma in a sense. And then there's like a schism that's there in the psyche. And then the neurons in the brain seem to fit that. Like if there's a trauma, see, they say in mainstream medicine, they say, oh, you have depression because you have an imbalance in neurochemicals in your brain. Well, there are often observable neurochemical imbalances, but is that just because what they try to say is, oh, well, you're just damaged, that's it. You just have a brain imbalance and you have to take our drug, Prozac, for the rest of your life to just balance your brain. But from another perspective, the actual imbalance in the brain is actually caused by the trauma. and the memories of the trauma. So like those neuronal pathways that were blocked or that were overwhelmed at the time of the trauma get redirected or shifted. And then that redirection or shifting perhaps of those neuronal pathways is then what somebody's in the depression or in anxiety or whatever it may be from the PTSD, and the brain chemicals is just a reflection of that. And so something like ayahuasca or mushrooms as well could have that capacity to actually like experientially reconnect you with the memory and to reconnect on that level and to feel the emotions and to glean the insights as to how to progress through it. And then while that's happening, there seems to also be like the actual reconnection within the brain, as it were, that's connected to that trauma. And then even to the point of resolving it, where, you know, the PTSD symptoms can be in many cases completely resolved because the emotions were reconnected with, the brain reconnection happened, you know, whatever split happened from the trauma is reintegrated, and then that person is in a higher state of functioning by that reintegration process. So yeah, I wouldn't be surprised at all if they're all interrelated like that.
Yeah, I knew a girl many years ago, and she said during some trauma that she actually had when she was a child, which, you know, was on the things that shouldn't happen to a child. She would actually disassociate from herself so much while that was going on that she would literally astral travel. She would like have out of body experiences to leave her body behind and actually disappear while it was going on. So there's some pretty full on things that can happen to people during trauma.
Yep. Yeah, absolutely. Disassociation processes. Yeah, when somebody has like, what do they call it? Like, well, there's like the multiple identity disassociation. There's several of all those different forms of conditions, some of them more severe than others, where, yeah, people are in like a permanent state of disassociation. And often when someone like that really gets to the root of the traumatic material that is underneath that, then yeah, it often does involve, in some cases, like where somebody was drugged and then abused, for example. I know it's kind of pretty dark to even consider that kind of stuff, but yeah, when people were drugged and abused, then it's like the disassociation from the drug state is trapped with the trauma. And so to heal it, they need to like, yeah, it can be very deep. It's almost like a psychic surgery process to really get to the root of all those layers, and to also for many to have the support to really be able to work through it to get to the bottom of it.
Question, changing the subject from that. One thing I've always wondered about the moon landing, because you guys were talking about that earlier, but I wasn't able to say anything. When they took off from the moon, they left the thruster on the moon, right? Is that's true? Because that's what it appeared. It appeared like they left the thruster on the moon. You guys agree with that? Is that right?
You mean the little landy pad thing?
Yeah, the little landing pad thing. That was kind of where the thruster was, right? And then just took off.
Man.
Okay, so anyway.
It's bullshit, whatever it was.
So yeah, of course. But so either way, when they took off and they're going straight up, they then had to catch up with something doing circles that's going 4,000 miles per hour. Where did they get the thrust? Where did they get the thrust to then create themselves to go sideways and get off of that straight up trajectory and now go sideways and create a 4,000 mile an hour sideways motion?
Let me give you this one, guys. Let me give them. Okay. Do you ever seen that old shit where the train is going by and there's something hanging on the post for the train to pick up, and the train goes by and with the hook just whoop picks it up. That's all they did. Easy peasy, man.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, that's always been one that's got me. I'm like, well, okay, hold on. They left even if they did have the thruster there. I mean, what did they do? Did they turn themselves and then just started blasting and just hope that they were blasting in the right direction? You know, like, I mean, it doesn't make any sense that that's even possible.
Well, 1 second, I've considered this many years ago, and yes, you're exactly right. Think about where they would
Pete,
have to be heading into the darkness of empty space, right, in order to coincide with something that's going at 4,000 miles an hour around the central pivotal reference. You would almost have, you couldn't send it straight up, you'd have to send it at a sort of almost horizontal angle in order to coincide perfectly and sort of alight perfectly with the object itself. So just another impossibility as well. But
No,
it was
if the
maybe
mothership, no, the mothership, if the mothership is stationary above, right, then they just gonna give you that. They're just gonna go, no, everything is synchronous, conserving a momentum. But you're absolutely right. I don't give a fuck what the setup is. There's gonna have to be some leading, matching, or mismatch. That shit is not coming together at the same speed because unless it's picking it up like a hook on the train, right? If they're synchronous above and you're going straight up to it, there's going to be a difference in the circumference, right? Due to altitude and all this, so you're going to have different that the same old story, the mismatching tangential velocities and all this fucking bullshit. So we all know it's bullshit, but what their story was, yo, let's actually. I'll give it 5 minutes. I'll go look into it and we can attack it properly.
Yeah, it seems like a literal physical impossibility to be able to then all of a sudden match the trajectory that like the orbit that the other one's going in, find it, catch up to it, dock with it. Like, I mean, I just can't even see how that would be physically possible.
You know, the the one thing on the moon landing is that well, I suppose you could easily trick it, but you know when they drop the feather and the hammer, that's kind of interesting. How
You
did
know
they
what
do
I
that?
think the most interesting thing about the moon landing was? They revealed that they were just in low Earth orbit over the Earth when they were getting the famous picture of the Earth from the moon. And they cut it. And someone, I don't know if it's through FOIA request or how they got the video, but it showed them on the inside darkening the room and putting cardboard over the window to
And
give
it's
the
from,
Earth a shape.
yeah, what was the documentary called? A Funny Thing Happened on the Way to the Moon?
Yeah, that was a good one. I heard about that from Joe Rogan, which is funny, as I used to listen to him like years ago, and he when he was actually like not all cucked out with the NASA and everything. That
There's
was
just no way we went to the moon. No way. That was
was
his
it in
quote.
that one? Was it in
Oh,
that
that was
one
his
too?
quote.
Yeah, that was his quote. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. No, you're right, 100%. But was that the same movie where they showed like they were talking about the mirrors on the moon too? I always remember thinking like, how the fuck are they bouncing lasers off these mirrors all these years later? Wouldn't there be like dust or is there like a moon janitor up there like cleaning the mirrors off to like bounce these lasers off of or whatever? Like, I don't know. That
The
shit always freaked
probably
me out.
Yeah,
probably
there's
the
some kind of
same
Mars janitor.
corporation. Probably the same corporation that cleans the cameras on the Mars rover too.
Right.
Yeah,
Same.
exactly. You know, dust all over it one day and then it's all clean the next day.
Yeah.
Well, it seems to me once someone knows that
That's
they
the
did
solar
that,
winds.
there shouldn't be any more question. There
Well, what
shouldn't
do
be
you
any
guys
more
think about
debate over it.
have you seen the pictures from Mars where they're showing like blue sky?
I haven't seen those, but I have seen the little
You haven't
mice.
seen that?
Not
So
the blue.
1% atmosphere, blue sky, 0% atmosphere on the moon, black sky. What do you need to create a blue sky? Just like where does it go from blue to black? Like at 0.5%, 1/4%, 10%? Like when does it change? Because it's
Yeah.
literally, I don't know if you've seen those pictures, but literally a blue sky.
I haven't seen it. No, I gotta find that. Cause yeah, all the ones I've seen, they're like it's like a grayed out looking kind of sky. Like it doesn't look like it has any like but I do remember somebody pointing out years ago that it was like Mount Lemon, I think in like Tucson was in one of the backgrounds, and then another one was like forget Greenland or somewhere, Iceland or something. And like
Devon Island, I think, is
Yeah, Devon Island was one of them, but there was like
Yeah,
a
Devon
few
Island.
different. There was a few different ones though that they were like pointing out, like, "Oh, look at this!" And one of them was actually in Tucson. And at the time, I lived in Phoenix, so I was like, "Oh my god, I totally know that mountain range!" Like, holy shit. So they use different ones. It's not always the same, and that's why I think like
Yeah.
um, and then they just changed the hue. And then there was like a mouse on one of them, and then wasn't there like something recent that happened where there was some new animal that they did that was like in one of the pictures, like. I don't know.
Oh yeah, I just saw that.
It's like
Damn.
maybe a beetle or
Yeah,
something,
well,
or a
the
cockroach.
funny thing is like, have you seen that one where there was like a big rodent type creature that was
Yeah, that was
in
the
one of the
rat.
pictures? Yeah, it was
Yeah.
like a big one though. If you type in, I was like, okay, well, it's people are saying that it's on Devon Island, so I typed in animals on Devon Island, and if you actually look, there is a rodent-style creature, rodent animal that looks really
Just like
similar
it.
to that picture. Yeah, it looks really close to it because it's kind of like a bigger. It's not like a rat. It's like a bigger one with a different sort of nose, and it
Yeah,
looks just like that picture.
that's
So
funny.
it could be a complete coincidence, but it's funny how the one that happens to look just like the rock is the one that's on Devon Island.
Yeah, coincidence is definitely not a kosher word.
No, man, I'm a complete coincidence theorist. I mean, everything's a coincidence. Didn't you know that? Everything's a coincidence. But yeah, also going back to the psilocybin one that you guys were talking about earlier, as a kid when I was like 15 and doing that kind of thing all the time for the wrong reasons, um, we had picked one lot where we found 400 magic mushrooms, and we had that between 6 people, and like we weren't measuring it out or whatever, we were just chucking it in coffee and drinking it, like boiling it and drinking it. And then another day, by this patch of cow poop, we found only 40 mushrooms, and we thought, well, that's all we can find, so we brewed that up, and the same lot of us had that, and that was the strongest trip out of all of the ones we had. And I was just thinking to myself at that time, thank God we didn't find 400 of these, because we literally had 10% the amount in that brew, and it was stronger than a brew of 400.
Right? Yeah, that's why
You
you
know,
gotta be careful, man. Like you
yeah,
never
yeah, for
know.
sure. No,
Like
I mean,
and
if
it
we
was,
had found 400 that day, I mean, what would have happened? Like I'd have no
yeah,
idea, but like,
you'd still
damn,
be lost. What
yeah, probably.
you'd like straight just be like living in the trees with like the rodents and stuff or wherever whatever is out there. What was I
It'd
gonna
be a
ask?
better life
Did
than what
they
we have
look like
now.
did they look like the same kind, or did they look like a different species, like a different, were they the same color, same shape, and or they were just
Yeah,
like in
I
a
think
different
so. I
spot?
mean, I can't remember. It was a long time ago.
Yeah,
We just
that's
used to
interesting.
take the adage of like, if it looked like this and you picked it and then it got blue veins in it, you kept those ones. If it didn't, you threw them away.
Got it.
That was that was our philosophy behind it at the time.
Yeah,
You know,
whatever
but
works. Yeah,
yeah, I
glad.
never just ate them. Like at the moment, I've got about 30 grams of dried sitting at my house. So I was microdosing
Oh,
for a while.
I think the new thing that they saw on Mars was okay a groundhog.
uh, so like in the rodent
Yeah,
family, kind of, it's like a bigger rodent, basically.
yeah, yeah. And then how's that one
Wow.
that David Weiss shows where there's a fly on the camera? Oh, there's a
I
fly
didn't
on the
see that.
camera of the rover. Like, flies on Mars now. Like,
Oh,
how do
that's
people still
great.
believe this crap? How can you see that and not at least in your brain go, okay, that doesn't compute. That's not
Because they
actually.
turned on the camera. They waited. They knew they had tracked it. The sensors said they were on Mars. There were a couple of camera shots, and then they turned on the camera, and it showed the wheel from the rover. And now look at it, it's going all over, and it's showing us everything. How can we not? Where else is this? Where else are these landscapes coming from?
Okay. I'm okay. So I'm gonna post this picture in the live stream chat because this is fucking. because we see groundhogs quite often over here. So like, Rusted, look at this picture and tell me that doesn't look familiar. I have pictures on my phone that look here. I'm gonna post a picture on my phone from my phone that I took of a groundhog that's like around here.
Let me see.
If I put a red filter on it, I'm on fucking Mars.
It doesn't even need. It doesn't even look. It has the red filter on it. It looks like straight up like they were lazy and didn't even put a filter on it. It just looks like a. It looks kind of like a squirrel from this end a little bit. A fat squirrel, like zoomed in. But that's pretty much what like a groundhog looks like. It's like kind of a fat squirrel. Ice Age. That was good stuff.
There's no way they're so bad they put ducks in the picture though. Like, there's no fucking way. They
I
would
want
be
to see
doing
this.
it on.
Wait, what did you say? There's no way they're putting what in?
There's no way they like accidentally put it. They can't be that bad, right? Like if they're putting
They just
actual
missed
like
it.
Easter eggs.
Yeah, like it was
Yeah,
just an
come
accident.
on.
Like
Well,
they
there's
just
actually
missing it. Someone's not doing their job.
well, there's actually a type of lemming that lives on Devon Island. They're like high Arctic lemmings, and they look exactly like that.
Yeah, I
Okay,
think
so
that's the one I was
maybe
talking about, the lemming.
I haven't never seen a lemming, so that makes sense. That it's a lemming. I want to see the
No, the
flies
only
and
way that shit is. Sorry to cut you off. The only way that
like,
shit is real is if like we work for them and we are sick of fucking. We know what they're doing, and so we're like sneaking in the fucking evidence like as they
right.
look.
That's
Like there's
got to
no.
be it. That's got to be it. Because otherwise, like someone's getting fired. You know what I mean? Like someone keeps fucking up and keeps leaving these little like breadcrumbs for us, and they're like, "Damn it." You know, like whoever keeps doing it, like, oh, oops, I guess I missed it. My bad. Like, I could just see like in the in like NASA's little like morning like coffee meeting, they're like, like, damn it, George, what the hell are you doing to us? It's like, oh, I totally missed that again. My bad, guys. Just say it's a Brock and that everyone's so stupid for questioning it and they'll believe it. Like, whatever. And like the sad thing is that most people like would just make excuses. Oh, that's just a rock that's shaped like a freaking lemming, whatever. You know, it's not a fly. It's just a piece of dust on the camera
Yeah,
lens. Like, so ridiculous. That's NASA for you, assholes. It's funny though, even like the science denier people, or not science denier, whatever, like the climate change, like that Don Easterbrook guy, his presentation like years ago was like throwing NASA under the bus, like NASA and NOAA, like, look, they're lying to you. Like even in like I'm sure he believes that the Earth's the globe, but like he's like straight up like showing you how NASA is lying to you in all these other like sections of science or whatever, like earth science. So like, anybody that doesn't like wouldn't think to look in other areas of science other than like their numbers that they were fudging or whatever he said, like he's like, look, I'm getting the same, I'm reading the same like numbers and I get the same information NASA and NOAA does, and this is what they publish, which is totally wrong, and this is what the numbers that we're all getting, like why are they lying about this? Like that already right there should make you question every single thing that NASA comes out with. They're, you know what I mean? Like if you're intellectually honest with yourself.
No, when someone's lying about one thing, that's, they're totally honest about everything else.
Right? Yeah, it's just that one
Yeah,
thing. It's just that one
of
white
course. Yeah,
lie.
I mean,
Just, just so
nobody
that
ever
they
lies about more than one thing.
exactly. That was just for the Earth because they lied so that they could get us to have stricter laws on travel and all that because they're trying to save Earth. So that's the reason why they lied, right? Like, I'm sure there's those
Yeah,
people that
exactly.
make
Yeah.
the excuses like, oh, well, but
Yeah.
there's a good
They're
reason
lying
for it.
for, yeah, it's all
Well,
the right
and
reasons, of course.
so that they can create different kinds of like taxes and stuff, right? Like, so all the
Yeah,
money making scheme.
for the benefit
Can
of.
I just ask? Can I just ask? Am I hot micing? Because I've just come out into the I'm down at the beach now. So let me know if you hear wind and stuff like that.
Okay, you sound good so far. I don't hear
All
any
right, cool.
wind.
Just come down to do some filming of ships and things.
Nice.
Looking at 2 ships right now that I can see with my naked eye. And yesterday, those same 2 ships, all I could see was the masts type thing, like from the bulk carriers. And today, just looking at with my naked eye, I can see the hulls, which I couldn't see yesterday. So I think the Earth just got bigger today.
Big ball Earth.
Big ball, big ball.
Now even bigger.
Now even bigger and better.
But wait, there's more ball.
With this ball comes steak knives.
Big Bang, and Big Ball. All praise Big Bang.
I love that.
What's up, Rusted?
What up with it? How you
What's
doing?
up? All right. Where are you?
Good. Just chilling.
Dylan? What were you guys talking? I just hopped on a bit ago, but you guys were talking about something, and I was trying to pick up on it, and then I forgot what you guys were talking about. Oh, the taxes, changing laws, restricting travel. I was going to bring up the voting. Like they want to get us all with the IDs now to vote. Don't you think that whole thing was about trying to get us to like put our name down when we vote? That's coming up, don't you think?
Yeah, I don't even know. Voting is such a tie-up scam from the
Yeah.
get-go. Anyways, like they'll do whatever they can to get people. They'll just offer people donuts again, and everybody will be like, "Yeah, sure, sign me up." Fucking
Right.
woo in World Order. Give me a donut, and I'll get that whatever implanted into my fucking eyeball.
You should see this. So yesterday, do you know what the bulk carrier ships look like? Where they've got the 4 big masts on them?
Yeah, I guess so.
Anyway, yesterday these ships I'm looking at I could just see the masts, and today, now that I've zoomed in, do you know how on these big ships as well, where the bow is, and they come in, and there's a big knob thing at the bottom, at the very base. You ever seen them? Oh, anyway, I'm literally seeing to the absolute bottom of this ship now, where yesterday it was about 50 foot blocked.
Oh, okay. So it's just parked then. It's the same place. Okay.
Yeah, same ship, same place.
Gotcha. There you go. Yeah, this guy's trying to get like 300 days out of 360 at least for observations that he can come out with an epic globe debunk with. Awesome. Are you keeping track, by the way, of like? Of course you are, but yeah, they're gonna question your like camera position, your height, your camera. How are you documenting that? How are you verifying that you're at the exact height every single time? Same observation place. Have you marked it? Can you document that you marked it? All that kind of stuff.
Yeah, well, see, the thing is that at the end of the day, because I'm out here every single day, and where I'm zooming in from, you see the exact same things that I zoom past. When I do like a presentation, obviously I'm not going to be showing every single time where I'm going from, but when I do it, if anyone, because obviously I have all the raw footage, if anyone wants to pick any day in particular and say, okay, stop now, show us the footage from that day, show us what you're looking at, show us where you were, I'll just stop and go into the actual files and go, here you go, have a look. So if anyone wants to doubt where I am or where I'm doing it from, it's pretty simple for me to prove it. It's
Are you trying to
not
do
something
it
that can't be proven.
consistent, like exact same camera height, same position, all that kind of
No,
stuff? Or you doing?
I'm generally in the same position, but I have either the jetty I go to, like, so I'll come down to a place called Grange, and I'll either go onto the jetty or onto this hill section in front of the jetty, or actually go down onto the beach. So I'll get it from those 3 different places. And on the beach, I'll actually film from the tripod fully extended all the way down, and on some days I'll get the camera to be like 6 inches off of the ground and film from there.
Okay,
And
cool.
each time I do that, I don't take a tape measure with me, but what I do is I actually go stand in front of the camera and then show how high the camera is according to my personal body. And I'm 6 foot tall, so at my shoulders is about 5 foot tall.
I have to say, by the way, it just reminded me of when we brought this conversation up with Bacon the other night, and that he said, "Oh, I've got a gift. I've got a gift of a refraction, where something's coming out from a hidden place, just like the globe Earth claims." And then the thing that he posted was like so lame. Like, okay, so that they have like what, propane going or something, and then they pour some water on the tank, and then you can see a little bit of the color that was hidden underneath of this little figure. Like just a little bit of the color comes up. Therefore, we could have 60 miles of a boat coming up out of nowhere, or wherever. I mean, the land from the other side coming up.
Yeah, that's ridiculous.
Proves it. Like that was the best they had, really, as an example of that
Yeah.
happening.
Yeah, I think that test was actually done by Hillbilly Blue Balls. I think, if
Okay.
it's the one that I think it is. And
makes
and yeah, he used like butane, or he used some type of gas that has a refractive index of like 3 or something ridiculous. Like the refractive index is just nowhere near what
Right.
what we have in our atmosphere.
It's just
or
so
our
funny. All they
atmosphere.
need is that little tiny example of something kind of happening the way that, it's a little bit hidden, and then it comes up because of this extreme refraction thing, whatever, the refractive index of this gas. And that's all they need. There you go.
Yeah, exactly.
I
Yeah,
can't,
yeah. Then you get yeah. Have you seen the channel? Have you seen the channel Sky Free?
No.
Oh, you haven't seen that channel, Sky Free?
No.
Oh, type that in. Those guys are awesome. They go onto lakes and they get a little remote control boat and they zip that around and they film that and show you all the exact same effects that we're getting, over larger bodies of water. You see on shorter bodies of water with no curve, obviously. Then they do a whole bunch of like little mini experiments in their house. So then they do things like they'll be in a particular part of their house and they'll set up some like little thumbnails and stuff like that, and then they'll open up their door, let cooler air in, and then you just watch the effects going on, and it's all the same stuff that we see, and that's just over a flat thing, over their flat surface. They'll all start to disappear from bottom up, or they'll warp, or they'll mirage, or superior mirage. They get the exact same effects that we see. The great channel, Sky Free. Have a look at it. Is my mic getting windier now because I've gone down onto the beach?
It sounds good here.
All right, cool. Don't want to disrupt things and have noise going on.
The world is flat.
It most certainly is. Seems to be what I'm filming on an almost daily basis. So I want to have a chat with Zanik, and Zanik posted a picture of some ships, etc. So I just want to have some questions with him about them.
Shout out to Bacon.
Yo.
Has anybody else ever tried beef bacon? Really good, delicious. If anybody sees it out at their butcher or whatever, It's delicious.
Take that as a compliment.
What's up?
So I'll take that as a compliment.
Yes, sir. Bacon gets called delicious by all kinds of chicks. Shout out.
No, only mine.
What's up, Noah? How you doing?
Who's that? Rusted
Rusted.
Soul.
Yep.
You changed your profile. I didn't recognize it.
Oh, it's all good. This is actually my old
You
profile.
posted
I couldn't.
a video today,
I
huh?
had one. What?
Did you post a video today, or was I seeing that incorrectly? Or was
No,
that?
probably like a week ago or so, maybe a week and a half ago. I've changed it.
Yeah,
It used to
my
be.
YouTube. I woke up early. I was in bed on YouTube, and I seen something that you posted. I think.
Oh, maybe on YouTube I changed it. Yeah, I did change it back. I used to have this little seal with Patty's hair, her like red hair with her bangs. I couldn't find that picture though. I just found this one and I was like feeling like reminiscent of the old days, so I put it back on because this was my old profile picture from like 6 years ago or whatever. But there was something I was
Oh, and I
gonna.
seen you. I think I watched it. It was about the fire. I think you posted it in Discord as well, something like that.
Oh,
Or
so you already
it was
seen
like a
it?
video going through the content or whatever. Problem
Yeah,
is when I watch it in my car, the windows are open, and when I drive fast, man, I just miss fucking like
yeah. No, I
15
feel.
minutes, and then I go down, slow, listen again. You know?
Yeah, it's one of those where you kind of have to like watch it and listen to it to like see because I'm like showing clips of like crisis actors and facial expressions and like you're seeing like visuals of like it's not like one of those podcasts where you can just like sit back and listen. You know what I mean? Or you're like you'll just be lost. You won't really know what's going on. But yeah, it's whatever. It's you know. And then I left a bunch of stuff out. I totally forgot some stuff and was like I don't know. I was over working on it, so I just wrapped it up. And I might do like a part 2 going in on that Eric West guy some more because there's been some new stuff that Uber actually found.
Yeah,
Like
that guy seems like a complete scammer. I'm
yeah,
kind of with you.
yeah.
Kind of with you on
Apparently
that.
apparently the guy that he's been like bragging about in like a bunch of his videos like oh the unofficial like I gave a $50,000 check to the unofficial mayor of Maui and he's my uncle blah blah and he's like going off like be like he's just I don't know that whole little spiel he gave about him like reminded me of like that like washed up like lawyer dude that's like trying to convince you that he's like cool and hip and like you know what I mean and he's really just like super cringy and like that creepy dude at the party that like wants to like dance up on all the young girls and shit is just like what he reminds me of for some reason. But anyways, apparently that guy came out with a video ripping that check up, the check that he gave him for 50 grand and saying he wanted nothing to do with this guy and he doesn't know why he keeps bringing him up in videos and shit. And like, I don't know, like his whole little thing is starting to fall apart for sure. So we were like right over the target with that one from the beginning of him being like a weirdo, doing some shady shit. Like, somebody else brought up like tax evasion or whatever, right? Like, because you get, if he had it set up in like a charity account, then like, you know, whatever. But now, to me, I was thinking like money laundering. 'Cause how did he all of a sudden get all that money in his account? Like when he's posting, he did post in every one of his videos that like the person that he was interviewing, he would post their information and post their like Venmo or their GoFundMe or whatever it was, so then they would get the donations directly. So that's why I thought it was strange that he raised like $1 million so quickly when he's like, so what are people donating to him and to these like families directly? Like it just I don't know. It seemed like like a lot of money real quick, and like now it's just I don't know. We'll see as time goes. We'll find out more stuff, and I think Uber found out even more stuff on it because he was digging on him and now wants to do a video just on that guy alone. But I've been kind of, all over the place looking at other, looking more into the smart meters. And apparently the smart meters also have like gas smart meters too. So it's not just the electrical. I thought it was just electrical this whole time, but apparently they have smart meters that go on the gas lines also. So if, you got an
You mean
igniter for
stove?
what?
For gas stove?
Yeah,
It's
for like the natural gas
controlled
lines. Oop, you're cutting out. Or
by
like a robot. Or is it just me?
AI.
And is he robot to other people too, or is it just me?
Yeah, let me.
We're losing him.
He's roboting.
Drop and come back. Okay.
I don't think he can hear anybody.
Yeah, I think he's not getting any of this. Yo, you're roboting. Hey, bro, you're roboting. You're roboting. Hello, hello.
Didn't Snacky just sing like that Roboto song? Like when someone would be roboting. Mr. Roboto. Yeah.
Here's an interesting one on the observation that I'm doing right now. When I'm turning and looking towards the land, which is only about 7 miles or 8 miles away, the jetty that I can see, there's about 30 feet covered by an inferior mirage. And then when I turn and look at some ships with the camera at the exact same spot, turn and look at some ships that are 13 miles away, there's no inferior mirage, and maybe at this point about 5 feet blocked, maybe 10 feet blocked. No inferior mirage. Just thought that was kind of weird and interesting.
That's
You got too far for hump syndrome. We're gonna need verification.
Is that Jenna? Jenna.
Yes.
Hello. How are you?
Oh my god, is that fucking
Yeah.
yeah.
The
Merle.
psycho guy. You know that psycho guy
psycho
in Australia?
Wait.
No, good to hear your voice.
You too, Merle. Oh my
Yeah.
gosh, that's
Hold on, fucking Merle?
That's Josh as well.
What's up, bro?
probably just
You guys
DQ, just playing,
Yeah.
just acting like Merle. Is it really you, Merle, or is it
It's
someone
me.
acting like you?
It's actually me. I just
It's
wasn't
actually
expecting
me.
you to actually be there. Like,
Yeah.
I've just got home, so I've literally just sat down.
Word.
Yeah. Sun's out, so doing a bit of vintage, like how when you're in the city or the suburbs, you got to wear clothes and look kind of cool. Try to look cool.
Yeah, you gotta wear clothes if you're going out in the public.
Now, some people wear some pretty weird shit here. Like, to be fair.
That's you?
No, just like people's fashion, like ideas about fashion.
Have you ever been to Los Angeles in the last like 10 years?
No.
Yeah.
I need some pictures, Merle. You need to show me these strange fashions you're speaking of.
Yeah.
Yeah. You Australian?
Yes.
You sound Australian. Where in Australia are you?
Melbourne, Australia.
Melbourne. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah. It's pretty arty-farty down here, right?
Yeah.
Right.
You got to be cool down there, man.
Yeah, I don't know where that comes from.
Got to be in with the cool kids.
But it's always had that kind of thing. Like, this is the place almost like where people come to strut around.
Yeah. Whereabouts in the city did you go? What's that sort of main cafe strip?
De Grave Street.
Let's go to Grove Street. There's like four,
Lygon Street.
maybe Lygon Street. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's around where all the discount shopping areas and that are, or whatever they are.
Runs Sydney Road.
Yeah.
Anyway, getting excited for no reason.
I'm supposed to tell people that, Merle. What the fuck? Oh, Merle. How's your mom, Merle?
My mum is how can I say it? It's like she's fine, but her brain isn't fine. But she's fine.
I'm sorry to hear that.
Yeah, her brain's stupid.
That doesn't sound good. Is she going through dementia or something?
Yeah, stupid dementia.
You've been feeding her lots of cholesterol, lots of beef tallow.
It got all taken out of my hands, do you know? She fell over, she broke her hip.
Oh no.
Yeah, and then it was just too much. She woke up and she knew who she was, but she didn't know where she was, and it just all got too much in the end. Yeah, it sucks. But at the same time, the good side of it is she's forgotten so much of what she was dealing with in life. And I think I don't want to remind her, but my mum had a lot of trauma and therapy. Just for shit that I don't know. She lost her husband. My grandpa was pretty intense, apparently, because he was in the war. She's in her 70s.
Oh, right, okay.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I think your brain just shuts down in some people. That's what seems to happen. You're still there, but your brain's just like, oh no, I've had enough of this.
Yeah.
So, it's all how you look at it. But
Yeah.
Mum, yeah, I know.
Oh, what's it?
I was just going to say, to me, when I see or I hear about, say, a baby that was alive a week, to me, even though it's such a short amount of time, it's precious, like even though you only got to live a week, you might not even remember it. But if you get to live 70, 80, 90, 100 years, I think that's a good experience. I mean, a lot will happen, right? In that time. You've had a go of it. It's not like you missed out on anything. And there's just a point where in the end you just want to be comfortable. You don't need much,
I actually just saw this interesting thing about something called myelin. Apparently, Alzheimer's. So I'm just going to read from this really quick. So, but it says Alzheimer's is a physician-caused disease. It doesn't even occur in people over 40 years ago, and now it's the number 4 killer of people in the USA over the age of 65. Alzheimer's is the disappearing of your brain's insulation, which the myelin, I think, myelin. I don't know how to pronounce that if I'm saying it right, but and what is myelin made of? It's made of cholesterol. So if you go on a low cholesterol diet, what's that? Sorry, I don't know if somebody was talking.
No, keep going.
Oh yeah, so
keep going, rusted soul.
Okay. Sorry. So basically, cholesterol, they've told us for how long that cholesterol is bad. Don't eat eggs, don't eat red meats, don't eat, things that have animal fats in them and whatnot. But apparently that's the thing that actually helps insulate your brain. It feeds your brain. Like the first things that you want to be feeding a baby is like, egg yolks, butter, like, things that are like high in fat and like animal fat and high in cholesterol, because that actually helps feed the brain. So if anybody out there does have a, family member that they think is, suffering from this, try, giving them, like over easy eggs every morning with some like hollandaise sauce and like beef bacon, like basically give them as much fatty shit as you possibly can and see if that helps improve. I don't know, just as like your own little experiment, basically. Like that's
Yeah,
what I would do.
what's wrong with fucking? Why isn't there a fucking hearty meal diet where you eat meat, potatoes, and vegetables, and that's it? They should call it the hearty meal fucking normal food diet. And it's not a fad. Eat 3 solid meals a day, and there's a starch component,
Well, actually, you probably
meat,
only want to eat one a day,
and a
because
vegetable
your
component.
body will you'll overwork your body
That's
if
it.
you
Drink water, milk on the side.
you're kind of cutting out.
You're clipping a little bit, dude.
Yeah, you're kind of roboting again. I'm sorry. I really want to hear what you're saying. But I agree that there should be like I don't know, like more meat for sure in people's diets. I think that that's the one thing they're trying to scare everybody out of, like not eating. But I think that for me at least, like I like eating like once like one good solid meal a day, like. But I think if you eat too much, like 3 times a day, I think is like a psyop. Like they're trying to convince. Because dude, if you're eating 3 times a day, like think about how much you're spending all your time in the kitchen cooking and cleaning. If you're eating 3 times a day, like there, it's just it doesn't seem natural to eat 3 times a day. Like in nature, like when we were like having hunt and gather and all that shit, like probably weren't eating 3 times a day. Like I don't know, just saying. And it's the whole intermittent fasting and like letting your body like rest and like be able to digest its food and not just constantly be working on like digesting all the time is I don't know how we always get on this topic. I'm sorry, every time I get in here we're like start bringing up food and shit.
That thing that you read from earlier, that's actually from an excerpt from Dr. Wallach.
Okay.
Now, the problem with that is that there's no association to cholesterol and Alzheimer's disease or dementia. And in fact, they've actually found that people who in later life have higher cholesterol have higher incidence of Alzheimer's or dementia.
Really?
Your liver actually produces most of the cholesterol that you need, and then your diet supplements a very small amount. And your liver can make cholesterol from sugar.
Really?
Yeah, so like, because I just had this small debate in one of the other Telegram channels with someone who actually just posted that it was this week, and I'm
Yeah.
like, well, they're actually showing that amyloid plaquing is what's over the brain, and there's also a little bit of contention about that because some scientists actually faked some of his diagrams, faked some of his yeah, I'll just call it diagrams. Someone fakes it with the diagrams. But the person who was saying that, yeah, even though this guy faked these diagrams, they're still looking into the amyloid plaquing. And amyloid plaquing is actually proteins. It's too many amino acids that are destroying the myelin. So that Dr. Wallach, he's actually he's a very high advocate. He's got a lot of his own supplements and so forth. He sells a lot of his own products. So as far as I'm concerned, he's just a snake oil salesman trying to tell people what they want to hear so he can sell more of his own products.
Yeah. No, that's very possible.
Yeah.
Are
Kind of the
you
same as, have you heard of Dr. Stephen Gundry?
Yeah, he's like that vegan guy that's all bloated looking, right?
No, he's not a vegan. He's the opposite of a vegan. He goes around and he tells people that eating beans is bad for you. He says don't eat beans because beans have lectins in them.
Yeah.
And they do have lectins in them.
Don't
I
trust
the problem
that
is,
bloated vegan guy.
I thought Gundry was the guy that like ate nothing but beans and he looked like a bloated bean himself. Like I thought could have sworn his name was Gundry and he was a vegan and he was like balding and had glasses and he looked like he was pregnant and like Sean Baker did a show where he was like not a show but had like a picture of him like they were the same age and like this dude looks like way older and way out of shape and like it's pushing the vegan and he had to like get teeth removed, like replaced or like fake teeth in because the vegan diet doesn't, like it literally makes like people's teeth fall out and their hair fall out and like he's like a literal walking example of that.
That's a myth.
Oh, are you a vegan? I'm sorry, am I offending you
Yeah,
right
yeah.
now?
No, I don't care. We can have the discussion. I don't give a shit. People have their
I'm
own
sorry.
things.
No, I
No,
forget
you're
that
right.
like
You're right.
They're
You're right. Don't
still
stress. Don't
like it was
stress.
like I mean, I've gone through like
Well,
10
I'll
years
tell you.
of trying to be vegan and it was hard, man. I'm just telling you, like I felt malnutrition to shit. Like it did not agree with me. Like maybe how long have you been vegan for? Or are you vegan or
15,
vegetarian or what do you do?
nearly 15 years.
15 years like straight vegan, no eggs, no cheese, no nothing?
Yep.
Wow. And you feel like okay? You're not losing teeth, you're not getting like kidney
No.
stones and gallbladder
No.
issues.
Why would I get kidney stones?
Do you eat a lot of leafy greens?
I have done in the past. Yeah. But you
What is
So
find
I
your
that
what is your diet? Wait, I want to ask this guy. What does your diet consist of on a normal daily basis?
predominantly fruits and vegetables, beans, nuts, and seeds.
okay. So not a lot of leafy greens then?
Yeah, well, they're classified as vegetables. I do my reasonable amount of juicing and so forth. But I think you'll find that the oxalates within the green vegetables are probably worse when you're actually eating a lot more meat. Because I mean, just think about it. The problem with kidney stones and all of that, I don't know any vegan or anyone of the sort who has a problem with kidney stones. Kidney
I've known
stones.
like 5 personally. Actually, known 5. One of them was a vegan, was a flat earther. You actually might know him. He what's his name? He's got a big old gray beard, and him and his 2 wives were like way into the vegan shit, and he was in the hospital like every other week with kidney stones, like
Are
bad
you
kidney
talking
stones.
about Brother Ernest?
Yes, brother Ernest. Thank you. I knew somebody would fucking know. Sorry.
Yeah.
Thank you. I
How
didn't
long was
even.
he? How long was he vegan
Um,
for?
10 years or something crazy. Like he had been doing it for a minute, but they were doing the um tons of spinach and leafy greens and green drinks and beans and all this shit. But he was he was constantly asking for people for money on his show, on his like lives and shit that he was doing, and like, oh, I'm in the hospital again with more kidney stones. And I actually know 2 girls from Phoenix, because I like used to know a lot of vegans in Phoenix, and both of them had to get their gallbladders removed. Both of their boyfriends, because they were all in the same little vegan community, the boyfriends, both of them had kidney stones regularly, and they were all super on the leafy green shit, like green drinks, fucking supplements, doing it the right way. What they all were skinny. They weren't like the fat vegans or whatever, like just eating bagels and shit. They were like actually, like doing it the right way. I put it in quotes because I don't think there is a right way to be vegan, because it's like, I mean, I'm not trying to be offensive when I say any of this. I just know from personal experience and from the people that I've actually like known and met and like talked to, and how just the 10 years that I was trying to be vegan, like it was not working. Like, and then after going the past 7-8 years like strict carnivore, I've been like so much happier. My brain fog is lifted. Like I haven't had any energy issues. I've got a super healthy little girl. Like, you know what I mean? Like the raw milk, the raw eggs, the raw everything from like, like from actual like farms, and like the quality meat and the quality food has like drastically improved my life. And I mean, shit, dude, you should listen to some of the stories that Uber has. Like he has been through the ringer with his health, and he was vegan for a minute like years ago, and it fucking destroyed his gut. And like he's actually now doing so much better, and it wasn't even because of that he was just trying to get healthier. And like, I won't tell his story for him or whatever, I'll let him come in and say, but like, I mean, I've seen it firsthand. That's why I'm so passionate about it, because I've felt it myself. I've witnessed it with numerous people around me, and even in the flat earth community, like, and then now too with my dear friend Uber, who has, I mean, I'm really impressed with how far he's come since when I first met him, and how much better he's doing. And like I feed him half of his meals, so like fucking like I know what he's eating, like, and he's definitely.
Yeah, well, the thing is that I can't really comment because I don't really know what any of these people actually are eating, what they're doing. I think only drinking green juices and not really doing anything else, thinking that that's a good thing. You know what I mean? Are they actually having a balanced diet? we can never know what people are actually doing. And when you think about when it comes to the carnivore diet, at the end of the day, the only group of people that you could point to in history that have actually lived the full carnivore diet are Eskimos. And
Well, and the
Eskimos have an average sorry,
yeah, yeah. Well, and
Eskimos have an average lifespan of 60 years. So I don't really think that's
wasn't
a good people to compare to.
really 60 years, huh?
Yeah,
What about
that's
the Mongolians?
yeah, but you what you find is that any group of people that live in an area where there are plants, they know how to use all of the plants around them. So people have said in the past that the American Indians also had a extremely high meat diet. Yeah, but the American Indians also had a range of 40,000 different plants that they used for many different applications. So
So
they
like,
weren't by any
okay,
means just
Wait, can I say
eating
something?
meat.
Can I say something?
yeah.
Yeah,
Okay, so I eat. Listen, it animals
so
are very
you're breaking
nutrient
it.
dense.
You're breaking. Yeah, they
Okay,
are.
never mind. I'll come.
No, no, sorry, you seem all right now. Good.
It sucks. It like
Oh, I was
cuts
just gonna
out.
say animals are like the perfect food, bro. Like they're nutrient dense. They have protein. They have fat. They have energy. You know what I mean? Like they're perfectly good. They have vitamins, whatever. But there's some shit that meat doesn't have that you need certain plants and shit for. And so, like, I mean, I don't know. I just feel like there. Why? What is this like reason to have extremes? It's quite obvious that human beings can eat both, I guess, categories, and outside of those categories they can eat mushrooms, they can eat cheese. Like I really don't understand this whole dichotomy here, when really it's like we should be able to eat whatever we want and it should just be
Yeah,
non-processed hearty food, and that's it.
yeah. I agree.
Yeah.
Well, and
Well, yeah, I can
well,
agree with
there's
that as well.
I was
Sorry, go
let
on.
me
Yeah.
ask really quick about the Native Americans, right? So there was a story of this guy, I can't remember his name off the top of my head, but he was in like the NWO diet or whatever. Like he got interviewed and he was a vegan for like 20 years, really big in the like LA scene. He was told he was gonna have all these different cancers, he was gonna die, like tumors, everything, the whole nine. And they were like, you got like, weeks left to live. So he decided to go out to the desert to die. And after like 1 or 2 weeks of being out there, like I guess the coyote, well, first he hit up like a little tribe of Native Americans and asked them like if there was any healing people there that could help him, and they told him to eat raw meat, and he thought that they were trying to kill Whitey basically. So he was like, oh whatever, I'm not gonna eat freaking raw meat, like what the hell. And then he went out and was like camping, and the coyotes, I guess, like could sense that he was dying and left him like a rabbit as like a gift or whatever. And he thought that he had read somewhere that if you eat like raw rabbit that you'll like die immediately or some shit. So he ate the rabbit raw thinking he was just gonna like kill himself, but it actually like gave him energy, made him feel better. He hiked out of there, started eating like raw meat, and like all his vegan friends like abandoned him. All the people that he knew for 20 years that loved him because he started eating meat, because it started making him feel better, they all like basically like shunned him and like were like screw you whatever, which shows you like how close, like obviously those friends weren't really that great of fucking friends if they're gonna like unfriend you because you're feeling better now and eating meat or whatever, and like it offended them so bad or whatever. But I just thought that was a really interesting story that like, and I've heard that before because I mean I grew up around a lot of Native Americans, and that's one of the things that if you're really really sick, like eating raw meat is like if you do a hunt, like the first thing you want to do is take a bite out of like the beating heart or whatever to like basically have enough energy to hike that food out of there to get it to your family or whatever, right? So that's like a common thing that they do, like it's a traditional thing that a lot of like hunters do or whatever. So
But
I don't
then,
know,
but
I
then
mean,
you know what they're getting. You know what they're getting from that kill, then, don't you? You know why they're getting energy from
nutrients,
that.
because
No,
there's
they're getting energy
nutrients.
from that because of the adrenaline. The animal they just killed has adrenaline pumping through its system, and from
Oh,
the
okay,
adrenaline,
yeah, that's
they
very
literally
possible
have
too.
they literally have
But
the
hey,
effect of a drug.
Do you know? Could you name one tribe that's actually a vegan tribe that
Does
didn't live off of meat? Does that exist? Because I haven't been able to. I've been looking for like the past 8 years that I've been doing this diet, and I haven't been able to find not one tribe that was strictly vegan or vegetarian or whatever.
yeah, but
You probably
every tribe uses plants and herbs.
Yeah, but they don't
At least for
only
med.
use plants or herbs. They have meat, and then they have plants and herbs too that they do other things with. But they still
Nobody
have
does.
meat as their base.
But what you have to remember
Nobody
is
does
that
either, but it's a mix, dude. This is what I don't understand is why you two have these two polar opposites when it's really just a mix. Like y'all are too extreme.
You don't. No, I'm not extreme. I don't really understand what the like what it doesn't matter if meat works for me. Then like what? Who cares what the fuck somebody else is doing? Like if being a vegan works for you, then cool. Whatever floats your boat. Like as long as you're not saying it's not possible or it's not good for you or whatever. Because I'm literal living proof. Like Uber is literal living proof that that's working for him, and the vegan shit was not working. So like yeah, I mean, I get what you're saying that you can have vegetables and like as long as the vegetables are cooked, as long as they're, like mushrooms are great. They're found in nature. A lot of these vegetables aren't found in nature. They're like GMO'd the fuck to hell and they're like all full of a bunch of weird shit and they're sprayed more heavily than anything else so to
yeah,
me like
that's what you're eating. Yeah. But then you got to
yeah, I
remember
mean
as well that unless you go out and kill and catch that meat yourself, virtually any meat that you eat is going
or
to
you
have
buy it from
been
a farmer.
injected. It's going to, but even most farmers will still inject them with chemicals because they don't want them to catch diseases.
Unless you buy
This,
from a locally sourced farmer, like I buy from the Amish, like they don't inject their children with shit. They
the
don't
Amish,
inject their
Amish are
meat
probably
with
different.
yeah.
The Amish are
So
probably different.
yeah, so that's what I'm
Yo,
saying though. Like
it's
The Amish
to
are
me
definitely
that
different.
the problem is not meat or vegetables. It seems to me the problem is these pesticides they put on the vegetables and the GMO vegetables and then the shots that they give these animals.
yeah, if you're eating from nature, totally. I'm not saying don't like I eat berries, I eat mushrooms, I eat stuff that isn't that I'm not like, totally strict on it. There are people that I know, like for example, Uber who does eat more meat than anything and because that word like there was that one chick that she eats like nothing but red meat. Like I eat a variety of different meats. I eat fish, I'll eat I have stopped eating pork, but I eat
Eating nothing but red meat, like nothing else. Only red meat.
yeah, only red meat. It's called the lion diet, and because when she eats other things, like
She's gonna die early.
yeah, that's what everybody says, and she's going on like 6 or 7 years, and she feels amazing and looks amazing, and has a super healthy baby, and is like the baby's eating the same shit, and she's like doing amazing. So that's what I'm saying is that you all say
But then
stuff like that.
That's kind of a bold statement, man, because she's reversing her life, bro. Like she got her life back, kind of like I did, man. It's kind of a bold statement to make, dude, that she's gonna die early. Because I was given a fucking timeline that I wasn't
I
gonna
just
live
go
to see
by.
how old I am right now, dude.
Yeah,
And
that's cool.
like,
I just
deep
go
in
by
it now.
like that. If you look at like I said, the only group in history that have ever eaten a high meat, high fat diet are the Eskimos.
That's a
The
lie.
Eskimos.
I just
The
said, what about
Eskimos.
the Mongolians? And you just skipped right over them. I asked you,
No, no. I said
give me one
but the
example of a
Mongolians.
tribe. Let me finish. Give me one example of a tribe that only ate nothing but vegetables, and you haven't been able to do that. So,
No,
you know,
I'm not denying that. I'm not denying that. I'm not denying that at all because obviously we've had to do what we needed to do to survive in history. But what I'm saying is the Mongolians are also living in an area, apart from during winter, the Mongolians live in an area where they also do have a lot of plants. So they also do eat a lot of plants. They don't they
they
live
were
not like the
they were known
Eskimos.
for eating meat though, and they like conquered fucking half of the world. And you're talking about like the Eskimos are the only people that's eaten like none of what you're saying even makes any sense if you've actually done the research. Like you're just
That,
I don't know. You're literally
but
pulling shit out of your ass right now.
no, but the Mongolians do still eat a lot of plants. They're not like the Eskimos. The Eskimos are the only ones that had to exclusively live on that. The Mongolians had plenty of times throughout the year where it's not frozen and clearly you eat what's there. You don't just eat meat. So that's the same as in, like, you know, places like Sweden, etc., those kind of places. Obviously during winter you can't, there's no crops being grown, so you don't eat plants. You
So
have to eat the meat.
where did you get this about their life expectancy is so short and all of this? Like, where did you get that information from?
Just look it up. It's in multiple studies.
Okay.
It's in multiple studies. There's also, because then some people will turn around and go, oh yeah, but that's because they eat they eat the shitty stuff from around today. And then you can actually find where they found 2 Eskimo bodies that were frozen in the ice, and they were like something like, I don't know, 600 years old, or however, 600 or
Probably according to the
1,000 years
same
old.
people that tell you we live on a globe too, though.
Yeah, possibly. But those bodies supposedly were in their 20s, and they already had atherosclerosis. They already had plaquing in the arteries.
Yeah, but
So you
that's
can even
not.
go back. You can even go back through history and see people that were actually living in pristine environment that had no chemicals, and then they still had heart disease in their 20s, living off that diet.
Back in the day, it used to be what, like 45 or something like that, dude. And that's bullshit, though.
Yeah, no, well, that's not true as well. That's, they just go by averages.
Okay, so that's not true. They're lying there, but they're telling the truth here, dude. You can't pick
Well,
and choose
no,
when
no, no,
somebody tells
no,
the truth.
no, because they're going through recent history as well. It's still something with the Eskimos there today. Their average lifespan is still that today. Living in the ones that are living out in those areas now, that's still their average lifespan. So it's not a matter of them going, okay, well, you've got children dying at 5 and then someone dying at 90. You're not generally getting Eskimos living
Yeah,
to that
and
age.
and 1,000 kids went missing in Maui. So
I want to be honest.
Yeah.
It seems to me that you need plants to get some sort of medicines in your body, and I do believe that all medicines can be actually taken orally through via plants, because that's where they actually get all this shit, and then later they fucking synthesize the fucking chemical that they found in the plant. But anyway, it seems to me to just stay healthy and keep everything up on check, almost like your car needs fluids, like your body needs plants. But I do agree with these people that I think if you only eat like meat, just has some, it's just more dense, bro. Like, listen, an
Yeah,
animal,
I
all an
understand that.
animal does, listen,
I'm not judging it.
listen. All an animal does, bro, is walk around and eat plants, and then extracts all the good shit out of all those plants and shits out the rest, and simply concentrates all the fucking nutrients of all the plants that it's been walking around eating all day. It's like a fucking super concentrated plant, essentially, and it's all muscle, bro. Do you want to be a muscular fuck? Like, and bro, just look. I mean, I don't know, bro. Not saying like you're whatever, but like a lot of dudes who eat no meat just fucking look dainty, in my opinion. So yeah.
No, okay, let me just say, I'm just looking at this article. This woman who's 100 years old, Eskimo lady, lives in a fucking igloo with heated by seal oil. I didn't even know that you could use seal oil to like heat, and a 10 by 16-foot hunt, and she's 100 years old. So I'm not buying
Cool.
your spiel, bro. Not buying it.
Cool. There's always exceptions to the rule, I'm gathering. But if you want to look at the longest lived groups on Earth, on average, their average animal food intake is 5%.
But how do you know that? like,
Well, because someone went around and studied it for decades of
because
their life.
someone dug up some body and said this person was a vegan. You
No,
can
no,
tell by
no,
their
no,
bone structure.
no. You've seen? Have you read the book, The Blue Zones?
No, I haven't.
You haven't read the book, The Blue Zones? All right. So the gentleman went around looking for the longest lived people all around the Earth, and he marked off 7 different places, and he called it the Blue Zones because just when he would find a place, he would circle it in a blue pen. So he just named it the Blue Zones. But
Isn't a blue
so he
zone
went.
the same as a laser, that you can't get hit by a laser too if you're a blue zone?
Yeah, apparently, but that's only if it's a blue laser. If it was a red laser, then then it would probably be something red.
That's what using Star Wars.
Yeah, some Star Wars shit.
But,
Oh my goodness.
but yeah, so anyway, he went around and found, all of the longest lived, went to all the places like Okinawa and went to Sedona and went over into the Mediterranean and looked for all the different groups of the people that live the actual longest. And the one thing that they all do is they all have an extremely low animal food diet. Around 5% of their actual calories and so forth come from animals, and the rest is all from plants or beans and nuts and seeds. That's what they have. So
Is
if you
that
want to go by
was that the highest summary of that? Because I think I recall that guy, and I think there were a few attributes of to what he said. Wasn't it a lot about freshness, and wasn't it part of it being not cooked also?
No, I think I think you find that quite a few of them do eat a reasonable amount of raw type food as well, but they weren't just all eating raw. They're definitely eating cooked food.
Okay, I'm just saying,
So when
make
you
sure you summarize that book properly, because you know what I mean. Like, I don't think it came
it's been a
down to
while
the
since.
being vegetable over 90, whatever
Well,
you're saying. I
the thing
appreciate
about it
that.
is so some people turn around and say, oh, okay, yeah, but these groups that live in these areas, they do a lot of walking and they live in a high mountainous, so they're doing this. And that's only for some of them. But then you actually have two groups in America. You have a Seventh-day Adventist group, which is 100% plant eaters, and you have another group in America,
That's not
which I
true.
think
That's so not true. I knew a Seventh-day Advent dude, and he was a
well,
carnivore.
okay, no, but this particular group of people in this particular
No, I'm not
thing.
buying it. I'm not buying anything you're saying right now. I'm sorry, bro, but like I've already like looked
I'm just going by what
what you
he's
read.
saying
Okay,
through his thing.
well, you're
You
being
know,
lied to. Just letting you know, because I know Seventh-day Advent people, and they are heavy meat eaters, all of them.
yeah, but I know other Seventh-day Adventists who say that it's goes against God to eat meat. So it's hard to
To eat pork.
to eat meat. They're strict vegetarians because they say, according to them, God says it's a sin to eat meat. That's so, they're Seventh-day Adventists as well. So I guess everyone just takes out of it what they want to take out of it.
Yeah, that's
But
true. Whatever, like if vegetables work
everyone
for
wants
you,
to.
cool. I'm not gonna tell you not to eat vegetables. I just don't want somebody
No,
telling me I can't eat meat.
no, you can do what you want to. We all make our own decisions.
I know.
I'm
I
not
just think
telling
it's
you
pretty
not to
suspect
do
that the government is though. They're trying to limit how much meat each family gets. If they get it, like
it.
they're
Yeah,
trying to make it so that a pound of meat per family per week. That's enough for like one meal for a fucking carnivore. You know what I mean? Like
yeah.
that's
Trust
why
me.
I don't trust the vegan
Out of
side.
everything that would want me to eat meat again, it's the sheer fact that they're pushing people to not eat meat. That's because if that's what they're pushing, for whatever reason they're pushing it, then it almost makes me want to do it. But
Right?
like morally, personally, I can't do that. So
Yeah.
you know,
Well, what about
um,
cheese or like eggs, like or something, Or what about the
well,
argument that if your meat
that's
is vegan and then you eat the vegan
there's a
meat?
possibility that I may eat eggs in the future when I get because I'm looking into buying a lot of my own land and sort of growing a lot
That
of
would
my
be
own food,
smart. Yeah,
growing
at
all
least
of
if
my
you
own
could get
food and
eggs. Because the vegan thing, I don't understand. Vegetarians, like, they can get along and get their nutrients from cheese, from milk, from eggs, from fish, if they're okay with the fish, or if not, cool. Just the eggs and the cheese and the milk alone would, like, give you enough nutrients to, like, not deplete all of your body's, like, reserves. Because your body's basically, like, self-cannibalizing itself. Like, it's eating itself. Your brain starts eating itself. That's why there's so many, like all the vegans I knew in Phoenix, all were on antidepressant, weird medications. They all had mental issues. They all like freak out over no reason, over like some dumb bullshit. They all were like
yeah, but
mentally unstable.
were
What?
they already mentally unstable?
No, they
That's the
weren't.
thing,
That's the crazy
you
part is
know.
that it wasn't they like one chick that I knew, there was only one of them that was a little bit mentally cuckoo before she started the vegan shit, and the vegan shit just made it 10 times worse. But then these other two girls that I knew were not, they never had any kind of suicidal thoughts, never had any kind of mental issues, didn't have breakdowns. They were totally like level-headed females, and they looked healthy, they looked good. By the time that they were like, you know, one chick, by the time she was 6 months in to being vegan, she was, her cheeks were sinking in. She was, you know, like her period was all of a sudden like super irregular. She was like having these crazy like mental breakdowns at work, and like it was bad. So I mean, I'm just saying, like, just based off of
Yeah,
my own
well,
personal experience, it
once again,
scares
I
me.
can't comment on other people's individual things. Can I? You know,
No,
it's
no, you
not
can't.
for me.
I'm just telling you my experience.
I don't know what they were actually doing. I don't know what they were eating. Is it just the crap food? Were they eating
No,
stuff that
no,
was, you
they
know?
actually, the one girl was like one of those workout girls that was like super about all the, you know, oh, I bought all this most expensive freaking supplements, and I'm doing this and I'm doing that, and she was like cook all for me. Like she was actually really like in, you know, doing it the proper way, I guess. But I know you were just taking my word for it. But I would hear her like preach to me. That's why part of the reason why I started trying to do what she was doing, because she looked really healthy and she looked good in the beginning. But then as she started progressing and as she started going, it was just, her health was declining more and more, and like people started losing their teeth and their hair started falling out, and they started looking like super haggard. Like they looked aged. Like they looked like they literally aged like 10 years and like a year. It was crazy. Like I've never seen. And then when they started eating meat again, like my friend Faye actually started eating eggs again, and then all of a sudden had this like boost of energy and was like, you know, fighting everybody on the internet and shit. And before that, when he was vegan for 2 years, he was like, so man, it's cool. Like he was super like just like, oh, I don't want to fight with anybody and like whatever. Like he got this boost of energy like out of nowhere, which some people could argue that's like not really a good thing or whatever, because yeah, he did get in a lot of internet fights with people, but he talked about how much better he felt and how much how like his energy was just not there, and had foggy headedness, and it was like all this shit. And then all of a sudden when he started eating steak again and started eating eggs and stuff, that how much better he felt. So I mean, at the end of the day, it's how you feel, you know, like that's all that really matters. If you feel better, then like don't let somebody guilt trip you about what you're eating, because life lives off of life no matter what, whether you're a vegan, you know, anything. Because even though I know you know you'd probably argue or whatever, but like in order to get half of the foods that you're eating, other animals are going to have to die. Like bugs die, animals die, like rodents die, fucking bunnies die, like all of those different things. Like it's going to happen. It's something you're going to have to accept, like just being part of life, and this experiment of living is,
For
you
sure,
know,
we can't avoid all death. That's impossible.
yeah.
But the whole thing is to minimize it, isn't it? You know. So if I'm actually deliberately going out and eating meat, then clearly I'm deliberately causing death. If I can choose, because obviously
But
if
you're
you're eating
deliberately
bread,
causing death by
if you,
eating vegan also is what you need to is what you need to admit to yourself.
well, there's a big difference
It's
between
not a big difference,
like,
bro. How is a
well,
bunny's life any less significant than one cow that can feed like 3 families for a year?
yeah, but you would be assuming that I have anything to do with the bunny dying. I mean, obviously
By
for a bunny
eating
to
the
have
food
died,
that you eat, like bunnies, groundhogs, mice, a bajillion different types of bugs, are their lives any less more significant than
well,
one cow that can feed an entire family or entire several families for a year? Like, if you're really trying to compare how many
yeah,
lives to lives, it's one life versus like hundreds of lives to sustain a vegan lifestyle.
yeah, but what did that cow eat?
Grass,
Okay, and
maybe
is it
some bugs in there.
sustainable?
Might be some
Is it
bugs in there.
sustainable? Is it
Yeah, it's
sustainable? And
sustainable.
I don't
It's the
mean,
most
I don't.
sustainable. It's
Wait. Just let me finish for a second. And when I say sustainable, I don't mean in an Agenda 21 sustainable type thing. I just mean, is it sustainable, right? Because to grow one cow takes about 1 acre of land. But so you get one cow, but off of 1 acre of land, you can grow more than 100 times the amount of protein from plants. So you could
no,
actually feed.
no, you
So you could actually
can't.
feed
You're
100 times. Yeah, you can.
once
Look it up.
again, you're full of
Look it up.
shit, bro.
Okay, just do a quick search. The amount of
Oh, I
calories
did
that
a
you
quick
can grow on
search.
1 acre of land,
I
the
did a
amount of
quick
calories you can
search.
grow on 1 acre of land
Bro,
compared to, and this is if the actual way that you can grow more meat
you
is by
can't
factory
compare
farming.
protein from plants to protein in animals because it's not even a compare. Like one cow has so much more protein than your like whatever plant. Or I don't even know. Like you're so vague with the plants.
Yeah.
Like which specific crops are you talking about first of all? And we can go down to each fucking crop and talk about which each one does specifically to the soil, what it does to the animals in the area, how when they take that crop down, what they're killing and what they're destroying. It's not regenerative farming, bro. Like cows are regenerative farming. They fucking shit on they're naturally there.
Yep.
They shit, they keep walking,
But you
and
can't.
it regenerates the soil and it makes it other stuff grow and it eats what's there. It's so much more like so much more regenerative than the vegan
It's
psyop.
actually physically impossible for you to grow enough cows
It's not
in
because we've
that
been doing it.
organic style way to like, let's just say
No, it's not.
everybody changed. Let's just say everybody changed and everybody ate just, grass fed organic style meat. It's impossible. It can't happen. There's
It's
not
not
enough land to do that.
impossible.
There's not enough land to
That's
do that.
speaking out of a place of ignorance to say it's impossible because you just don't know. Okay? Like you just don't. Like you don't know
Well,
how. Have you ever driven across the United States? Have you seen the amount of grasslands, natural grasslands there are and that are empty, not even being fucking used, bro? Like we could fit the
yeah.
whole world's population in what? Like Texas or something and like as part of Texas? They like do you think that we're overpopulated too?
Well, no, of course not. Of
Okay,
course we're
so
not
at least you didn't
overpopulated.
buy that
That's
psyop.
retarded.
That's good for you.
No,
At least you don't believe that we're
no,
like bursting
no.
at the seams like
Of course
they
we're
try
not
to claim.
overpopulated.
Yeah,
Every single
okay.
person on Earth, could have a quarter acre of land in Australia, and you'd have half of Australia left over.
Right? Thank you.
You know?
Okay, so to make the
Okay.
claim that it's impossible for people to live off of grass-fed cow, it contradicts what you just said right now.
Well, no, it actually doesn't, because for
It
each
really does.
cow, each cow needs 1 acre of land to
It's not.
graze.
That's totally false, man. 100%. Cow acres vary from top area to area. That's just completely false. And cows. I mean, dude, literally cow on literally every metric. Cows are a benefit to the environment. They lock in more carbon. They create soil. Like, how do you think dirt is made? Like, bro, you know what? You should check out. There's a guy. His name's Joel Salatin, and you can
Dirt's made
check out.
from cows.
Yeah,
Dirt's made from
brother.
cows.
Yes, brother. Yes. Yeah, dude. Yeah, it's like, oh man. Yeah,
So
you really.
you're saying that? Are you saying that all the dirt that we have on Earth was made from cows? Is that your claim?
Okay. Do you know why the plains of like Oklahoma,
No,
like,
no,
do
no,
you know?
no. Come on. Sorry. Let's deal with this claim. You just claimed that
Let me
dirt is
finish.
made from cows.
Do you know why
No. We're
there's?
going back to your other. Sorry, bro. We're going back to your other claim that dirt is made from cows. Maybe some dirt's made from cows.
Shut up.
Maybe there's a very small amount of dirt made from cows. No, I just want to go back to your claim. That's all, bro. That's all. Just go back to your claim. Defend your claim.
But does it just have to be cows or can it be other animals too? Like can be fucking kangaroo shit and like other, animals shit cause they all
For
shit
sure.
and they
The
all
reason,
But to claim that animals are the reason that we have dirt is a bit disingenuous.
reason why there is
it's why we
feet
have healthy dirt.
in the plains of America is because of the herds and herds of buffalo, bro. Yeah, yes, dude. 4-stomached animals, ruminant animals eating grass. It's like it is how one of the most abundant resources for topsoil. So you can, hide in your
Sure,
vegan.
that help replenish it. Hey, don't get offensive. Don't get upset, bro, and don't start like using things in a pejorative, like in a in a sense of like being offensive towards someone. Okay, we're just having a discussion, so calm down, right, and just chat. I'm not giving you guys shit. I'm not saying anything. We're just chatting. So don't get over defensive and calm down.
Just let me talk then. You're just interrupting me.
Oh, I'm just asking you to back your claim. That's all. If you make a claim, I want you to back it.
Okay, yeah.
And I
Well,
agree that
soil and plains and like herds of buffalo, and I mean, dude, like, yeah, it's literally like I'm just saying, like everything that you're literally just like spouting a bunch of like talking points that is just completely false, and it's actually like for like the betterment of society, it's just really detrimental. It's like a really poor, ignorant stance. Like cow farts are gonna destroy the world. Like that's crazy.
well, I'm not doubting for a moment. Then obviously, millions of animals shitting on the land is going to create some dirt, obviously. But to the claim of saying that we only have dirt, basically,
How would you
because of
know?
them.
Okay, let's go back to his claim though. That animal shit, like, so you're claiming that dirt is not from animal shit, right? But like, how would you even possibly know? Like, how many years of shit has that piled up and piled up and piled up? And then eventually it turns into soil. Like, if you've done any farming, like, or any kind of gardening, like, have you planted your own gardens before? Do you not use like manure in your soil?
No, I don't use
Give it
manure.
nutrients?
I use mushroom compost.
I'm not saying that cow shit is the only way we get dirt. Look, we get dirt. I mean, topsoil, like a fertile topsoil is, it's from the decaying of organic matter. So, this could be like back. You could, like back to Eden Garden. Trees, for example. That's how. But topsoil mainly come like. Well, I'm saying mainly, but cows are, ruminant animals, contribute greatly to topsoil. I mean, it's why there's feet of topsoil in the plain. Where there is large grass, that's where the topsoil comes from. Obviously, trees decaying, plants decaying. Yes. But
in certain areas, but obviously in the jungle, which has nothing to do with them, it's the topsoil doesn't come from.
Does the jungle not have animals? There's no
Yeah, but
monkeys throwing shit in the jungle?
But the jungle is not, it's not
There's
in
no
the same way
animals.
that he's talking. I never said that. Don't
Birds
put words in
shit,
my mouth.
monkeys shit, like all like you're talking about
But in
I don't
the
know if
jungle, the topsoil is obviously coming predominantly from the leaves and things that are dropping down.
from the leaves, because there's no animals living in the fucking jungle apparently now.
Okay, now you're being triggered. Don't get triggered. Okay, I just know
No,
what
I'm
I'm
making
saying.
fun of you because you don't hear
No,
yourself. You're not listening to
no.
yourself.
Yeah, it's like, look, bro. The point isn't of where's all the. We're saying that cows, ruminant animals, are a environmental bonus. They're in no way, shape, or form are they a negative when when grown properly. I mean,
What happened?
Ecosystem. Everything
What happened
feeds into each other, right? Like,
what
your
happened to
plants
all the
aren't gonna
buffaloes?
grow without the help of animal shit, like chicken
What
shit, and
what happened to all the buffaloes?
they were murdered by the government apparently, and they made a whole mountain of skulls and stood on top of it and were like, ha ha ha, like, we're taking all this away from you because you guys have literally been living off of buffalo, and we want you to live off of our bullshit grain and vegan diet. And that's what happened to the buffalo. But let me ask you this: so your gardens that you've done, you said you use
I think you just threw
mushrooms.
in the vegan. I think you just threw in the vegan thing there as a
Well, that's what the
bit of a dig.
government pushes. That's what they're pushing. They made them go to grain. They used to eat buffalo. The Native Americans ate fucking buffalo, dude, and they like took away their main source of food so that they were dependent on the government for grain and all the bullshit that
Forced
they
them
wanted
into
to feed
grain
them.
a couple of 100 years ago.
well, yeah, I mean, she's right. They were there
Forced
was
them into grain a couple of 100 years ago.
there was a financial incentive to murder, to kill the buffalo so that people were
That's
more
what they lived
controlled.
off of. If you
Yeah,
didn't, you don't know about that? Do you not know about that, bro?
Yeah, I do know about that. That's what I'm
Okay,
saying.
well then stop
Is
sounding
that,
like you need me to spoon feed you
once
the most
white people came
basic
along,
information. Like, let me ask you about your garden, all right? Because that's what we were talking about a minute ago. What do you put as fertilizer into your garden? You said mushroom something.
mushroom compost.
Okay, so have you ever put animal? Like, do you not believe in using animal fertilizer in your garden?
No, you don't need to.
No, not. I asked if you've ever used it.
Maybe many, many years ago, but no,
So
I
it's like
don't.
it's like against your like you're like against using even animal like poop in your garden. Have you noticed anything in the difference between using well, I guess if it was many, many years ago, it's probably hard to compare or whatever. But I actually know somebody who did not put any fertilizer in their garden, and it grew terrible. It didn't grow. It was terrible. And then like through the years, I've personally had mini gardens. I've used cow fertilizer, bat guano, many different types of fertilizers, worm castings, whatever. But if you don't use that, like your garden is your garden is shit. Like the animals help the plants to live. It's a ecosystem. It all helps each other. It feeds into each other. I don't know why you're like
Well,
I just
you're
want to
acting
add
like
something real
animals
quick.
are
my
eating or
garden,
something.
my gardens were never shit. My
Can I
gardens were
get
never
in?
shit. My
Can I
gardens were
just say
perfectly
something?
healthy.
Hold on, guys. Can I just say something? As a grower, I've used veganic growing before, and veganic it's a whole ideology. But from what I've seen, veganic can be just as good. And veganic is basically supplementing. And when you use, bat guano, you got Jamaican bat guano, you got Peruvian bat guano, you got seabird guano, you got all these different guanos, cow shit, right? Chicken manure. And anyways, seagull. Guanos aren't really used to build soil. They're more used to supplement soil. They're like an organic fertilizer. You don't use guano to build soil.
What about the mushroom thing he's talking about? Does that grow as good
Well,
as
yeah,
the
compost is something that you would add as an ingredient when you're building soil, but compost itself is not soil. Soil is made up of compost, and manure is not really compost. You can add it to compost to enhance it. But yes, like soil horticulture is complex, but veganics, debatably might actually be better for growing only because it seems to actually be more easily similar bioavailable to the plant. Just like beef is more easier bioavailable to the human, plants seem to be better off eating plants.
really? That's interesting.
But
That's the first time
I don't
hearing that.
know. But it's debatable. Oh, that's all I'm saying. It's debatable.
Yeah. I mean, I've known a lot of growers. I've done a lot of gardening myself, and if you don't put some sort of fertilizer in the soil, like your shit ain't growing. Not good at least. So, I mean, I
Yeah,
had
well,
never
of
used the
course
mushrooms.
of course you need to fertilize it in some way. Again, it's as the gentleman who just spoke up said, it doesn't have to be with manure.
Okay. Well, my bad. I was wrong. I don't know. I have never used mushroom as fertilizer. I'm not against mushrooms, but
It's not mushrooms, it's mushroom compost. It's basically what they
mushroom
end up growing
compost.
mushrooms. Yeah.
Okay.
Which
Whatever.
is basically just plant material composted.
Yeah. Got it. So,
Right,
my
yeah.
But
bad.
yeah, worm castings are fine.
So
There's
you're
nothing
cool
wrong
with
with worm
worms in your
castings.
garden?
Yeah, of course.
Okay.
Worm should be in your garden.
So, but if somebody like if say shit hit the fan and you couldn't get whatever this compost is, you couldn't just buy it or whatever, make it for whatever reason, and somebody was like, "Hey, I got a bunch of chicken shit. You want to mix that into your garden?" Would you be like opposed to that? Would that be like against your like vegan rules or whatever?
Well, we got to do what we got to do, you know.
Okay. Well, at least you're not like
Yeah.
super strict, but you wouldn't prefer like if you had a choice, you go with the other. You wouldn't go with the like using
Yeah.
cow or chicken or some other animal shit.
Yeah. And when I get my own place, whether I eat the chicken eggs or not, I'm going to have chickens. I'm going to have animals because it's good just to have animals around you in general.
Yeah,
It's
it's good
good,
for the soil. Well,
good,
that's good at least.
energetic. It's good just energetically for yourself as well.
Yeah.
So I will have them there. So you know, obviously there's chickens. So I will use their chicken shit then because I know how those chickens are treated. That's a different story.
How about if
I
a
know where it came
raccoon?
from.
How about if a raccoon attacks your chicken? Would you kill the raccoon? Would you be okay with killing if they were like attacking your baby?
Of course,
Okay,
of
well that's
course,
interesting.
of course.
Would
Hey,
you
Because at
eat
the
the
end of the day,
raccoon?
if something's attacking you, you have every right to defend yourself, don't you? Or if something's
Well, not
attacking the
defending
things that you
you. It
love,
would be your chicken.
well, but if something's attacking the things that you love, you have the right to defend yourself. You know, and you have the
Yeah.
right to defend the things you love. You know, of
Yeah.
course. And if that means killing something, well, then that's what has to be done.
Word.
hey,
Okay.
Rusted.
You know,
Yeah.
Hey, have you seen Joel Salatin?
No, I don't know who that is, but I would.
My good dude, you got it, dude. So it's so fucking badass. So okay, so this farmer, dude, they call him what do they call him? I forget. Anyhow, has a funny nickname. Dude, this cat is so G. Like he so he's got his farm and like he does when he grazes his cows, he does these tight paddocks. So a paddocks is, just like the area that they're grazing.
Mm-hmm.
And he has this mobile electric fence. And so he moves his cow. Dude, like you gotta check him out. It's so cool. And so anyhow, so he does it like he grazes his cows and he does it every day. And then he has this army of chickens that follow the cows, and he calls it the egg mobile, right? And so like, dude, it's so dope. So the cows take a shit, and like what normally would happen is like the cows would like the cow dump will like kill all the grass right there, because it can't grow underneath the cow patty. But dude, what happens is the chickens show up right behind the cows because he's like moving them like a machine, and the chickens come in and they eat all the bugs go to the cow shit, right? So then yeah, dude. So then the chickens are like, "Oh hell no, let me get me some of them." And so the chickens are eating the cow shit, and when they're eating the bugs that are
that attracted by the cow shit. Yeah.
yeah, and then you know how chickens do? They scratch, so they are spreading the cow manure for the farmer, dude. And then
Do they
he's
have
like,
it like a tractor set up so that there's like literally like one like the chickens like follow in their own little thing behind like the cow tractor basically like because I built like a chicken, I guess it's called a chicken tractor, where you put like it's just basically like a giant like rectangle that had like half coop, half like open, that I wheeled around like every day or every couple days. I would move it to a different new patch of grass, so like I didn't kill the grass in one spot or whatever. So basically that's like what he's doing, but he's got it set up so that like the chickens like and the cows go like in a lot kind of like a train sort of thing. Is that what you're describing?
no. It's like he calls it the egg mobile, and it's just a trailer. It's a mobile chicken house. So the
Yeah, that's
chickens.
what it's just on wheels and he just moves it around like okay, I get what you're saying.
Yeah,
Dude.
He calls it the egg mobile. Yeah, so like he drags the egg mobile. It's just a chicken house, and the chickens
Yeah,
just run
he just
free
has
on the.
wheels on it. Yeah, I think they call it like a chicken tractor or something like that is what like I've heard the term for it. But I also did see somebody make a video about how and I tried this actually with like you put all your like kitchen scraps and stuff in like a bucket and drill holes in the bottom of the bucket, and then like as like the maggots or whatever like bugs like get attracted to it and they like fall out of the little holes, and then like gives basically free like protein snacks to the chickens, and it just like hangs there, and it like I don't know, it was a super brilliant idea, but when I tried it I didn't it didn't work for what but I also don't think I put enough stuff in it, and I didn't check on it enough, and then it fell down, and a bunch of stuff happened. But I thought that was pretty interesting idea though, like just a straight up like bucket with like food scraps and stuff, and like I don't know. Anyways,
Yeah, maggots. Yeah, dude. All right, check this out. I got the dopest.
message me his name because I'll forget his name. You said Joel something or other. If you
Yeah,
could, I don't
Joel.
know if
Yeah,
there's a
Joel
way to
Salatin. Joel Salatin. Dude, yeah.
salad.
Have you seen the Back to Eden gardening?
No, I have not.
Oh, you got to check out that, dude. Okay, you got to check out Back to Eden, and then have you seen Hugel culture?
No, I
Oh,
don't
dude,
really.
I'm knowing you up. All right, so there's like, yeah, so Back to Eden's super dope. You got to check that out. That's like,
Eden. Okay, I'm
yeah,
making a list.
it's like no-till, keeping the ground coverage,
Oh
and then
yeah, I did that
yeah,
like 8 years ago. Where the because you want to leave the soil like it has its own like ecosystem. So if you dig up the soil, it like disturbs the natural ecosystem. I'm gonna try that next year because my garden that I had this year, like I just pulled the grass out, so I was already like turning it and mixed in like the ash from my wood stove into it, and then like I did this year I tried the electroculture, but I just read a thing about how you need to have a zinc like a zinc pole attached to the other side of your copper wire to complete like the circuit or whatever. So I'm gonna try that next year. Have you been into like electroculture shit at all or no?
yeah. I just started, dude. Like, yeah. So I always do a fatty garden, and my cousin killed my garden. I had to leave. I was like in Phoenix. I was stuck in Phoenix for a few months, or not a few
What?
months, a few.
I'm from Phoenix. What? That's crazy.
Oh, right on. Yeah, dude. Okay, so yeah, so yeah, dude. Okay, look, check this out. This is what this. I'm gonna tell you my crazy garden. All right, so you know what I do? So
What?
okay, so I do trench composting, right? So like that's where you dig down and you
Yeah.
just bury it. Like yeah, it's like almost like Native American style. Like they would just dig holes and they would just
Yeah.
bury whatever.
Yeah.
Okay, so
That's what
I
I
do
do
that.
too.
Okay, yeah. So I do that. But then check this out. So then the Germans, they did this thing called Hugel culture, where they buried like logs and like branches and leaves and stuff, and then
Nice.
like planted on top of that. And as that would break down, that would feed it.
Yeah.
And so I did that. So I mixed both. And so I got these restaurants in my town. Well, like mainly my buddy's a brewer. And so I was like, hey, homeboy, like hook me up with all your grain. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
From like
All the
from his little microbrewery.
yeah.
And like and it's a brewery restaurant. So they like save all their plate scraps, like and I'm talking, I don't give a shit what it is. Like I break all the rules. They're like, you can't compost meat,
Yeah.
eggs, blue. I'm like,
I
yeah,
do that
fuck you.
too. I'm throwing
Yeah,
oyster shells and all kinds of shit in my compost too.
yeah, dude. Yeah, well, what's dope is the trench composting because there's no smells. My Great Dane and my lab don't like dig up nothing,
Yeah.
and because yeah, it's got like 10 inches of dirt on it. So yeah, so like I dig down, I bury some logs. My buddy's beer grain and all the restaurant scraps, I bury that in there too. And then you know about biochar.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah. So okay, yeah. So I always be throwing in some charcoal in there,
Yeah.
and yeah, charcoal, and then yeah, then I bury all that, and then I put I mulch over the top of it with wood chips. So one of my
Nice.
buddies, yeah, one of my buddies, he's a tree trimmer, and I get all the free wood chips I want, and so then
That's
yeah,
awesome.
yeah, and then I got this fatty. I got the from actually I went down to Phoenix and I from what's the hot
Are
sauce?
you what? Are you in Camp Verde or something? Or like northern Arizona somewhere?
I'm floating around in the ether just outside of Phoenix. Yeah,
Oh
but
word.
yeah,
Yeah, I was up in Cottonwood and Camp Verde for lots of years and Flagstaff and like that whole area. So I totally yeah, I feel you. That's dope though. So you're doing this like up north somewhere and then going and getting stuff from Phoenix and bringing it up because dude, it's hard to have a garden in Phoenix. Like it's a little easier up north because there's it's a little bit cooler and there's a little bit more. But yeah, Phoenix is rough with gardening. I've known because I've put in like at least a dozen gardens in Phoenix. Like you remember? Did you ever go to that grow house that's like on Roosevelt, like downtown, like in the art district or whatever? Like basically, like there's this house called the Grow House that me and Farmer Woody like spent the whole summer like building this freaking place to like this total like badass like food garden like little like oasis in the middle of Phoenix like 10 years ago or whatever. And but yeah, sorry, carry on. So basically you get wood chips and you do the wood chips on top, and what else do you do?
Okay, yeah, and then so then my final thing that I do for my garden is oh, I got the I do compost tea. So
Nice.
I got like I went to the Kick-Ass hot sauce factory. They sold me some of those totes that had some chili peppers in it. So anyhow, yeah, like I brew up a fat thing of compost tea. Yeah, and I was like I did compost tea, hugel culture, trench composting, biochar, and
You mix like all of them. That's awesome. That's like, dude, much respect.
it was like I'm telling you, I was just like I was blown away. I was like, this is the best garden I've ever grown, and it's all for free too.
That's awesome. Oh yeah. That's how it should be, man. Like everybody like pull all our resources together. Like I mean I got a garden. I don't even eat most of the stuff in it. I like, like got some butternut squash and spaghetti squash and freaking little like watermelon melons and I feed all this stuff to my chickens too though. Like I don't like I don't really eat most of the stuff in my garden. But like, carrots are looking pretty good right now, but I'm in Ohio now, but I was in Arizona for a long time and did a lot of gardening there, and stuff definitely grows so much better out here. I don't have to like water shit. I get to buy stuff from the Amish and it's fucking awesome. Like I love it out here. Um but yeah, if you're into like, you know, into self-sustainability, like the West is not, in my opinion, not the greatest because you're using like tap water, like you're using basically like recycled piss, water, like freaking sewer water to like water your crops, and like it's just there's nothing better than like fresh rainwater, like it's like makes all the difference with your crops for sure.
Yeah,
Really.
yeah.
um
I think if I do it again, the next thing I want to add, um, I didn't. My cousin killed my garden this year, but anyhow, but yeah, like I think the thing I'm gonna add next year is I'm definitely gonna get, like I'm just gonna make, like a fat, uh, charcoal filter that all my water goes through the charcoal filter that then goes into my IBC tote, and I just got
yeah.
I got like a shallow well pump. It was like
Have
I
you
don't know.
seen? I had a friend that did a really good garden in Phoenix where I don't know how this would like affect the soil or whatever, but it helped with the watering and so that he didn't have to water so much. But he put like a like plastic down and then like basically had the plants were coming up out of, but it like basically over the top so that like it helped keep the moisture in, and like so I didn't have to water as much and everything, and it like, and the plants would grow out of the little hole. He would like cut a little hole and the plant would be like growing out of the little hole, but there was just like I don't know, it was really crazy. I'd never seen it before. It was like his own little, like invention, I guess, or like I don't know if other people do that or if you've seen other people do that, but I thought that was pretty interesting. I would be afraid of like plastic leaching into like the soil or something from but he's like, dude, it helps with weeding. I don't have to weed. Like, it helps keep the water in because it just, like keeps it from evaporating so quick because in Phoenix it's so freaking hot and like the sun's so intense and everything. Um, and then what was the other thing? Like I've seen the people do this with trees where they had like a bucket buried like I don't know if it was right next to it. Oh no, it wasn't a bucket. It was a stick in the ground that like they would fill up with water and it would just like slowly like drip down and like, or maybe they put the thing in the bucket. I can't remember. I'll have to look it up. But it was
Dripper.
interesting. Huh?
A dripper.
Dripper, yeah. I think it was like originally like a Shark Tank invention too or something. I remember it from like years ago. But it looked really interesting. Um, but yeah, I feel bad. We totally like hijacked the whole conversation. Like everything. Sorry to the vegan guy. I really wasn't trying to be like feisty. I get passionate because I've seen friends of mine that should have technically been dead, like not are clearly like not dead and are doing really well now because they stopped doing the vegan thing. So I get like, I am a little bit more emotionally attached to, trying to help people, like
All
better
good.
their
I've
situation.
just
So
been I've just been looking it up as well while you guys were all talking, and how I said that it's 1 acre per cow. It depends on the land. So generally, what I'm finding is if the land is extremely good, high quality grassland, it's half an acre for 1 cow, and up to 8 acres per cow, depending on the
depending on where
quality
they're
of the
at.
land.
Right.
Yeah.
I don't
That
think
makes
that's
sense.
accurate.
So I said 1 acre, but per cow. But
It depends
if
on
you
where
have
you're at.
if you have really high quality land, then
Yeah.
half an acre.
Yeah, because I was gonna say like here
But I but I
in Wisconsin and here and like all over like the Midwest, like they're like known as like, like the dairy state. Like it's literally like the grass. You have to cut the grass here like so often because it rains so much that you're just like constantly cutting the grass. So it's really beneficial for people to have cows in this area of the country because then you don't have to cut, or goats or like anything that eats the grass like is actually keeps you from having to mow the grass so much. Um
yeah.
but but
Why
yeah, I
is
could.
But
each
dairy unfortunately takes a lot of water to create. 1 liter of dairy takes a hell of a lot of water.
there's a lot of just water that goes into the ocean. But anyhow, that's really not very accurate. And you can look at each county Department of Agriculture. They actually have the information. I mean, probably not where you're from, or I don't know wherever you're from, but here in the states, like each state, each county has a Department of Ag, and they have like a county average. And I've looked into it, like, pretty much I've lived in 9 different states, and I've been in a lot of places, and I'd say the average here in the States is probably more about like 1.75. Joel Salatin, you can look at his farm. He's got it up to, I think the last time I looked at it was like 4.5 or 5 cows for his acreage. It's really kind of how you do it too. So
Yeah, but from what I was looking at, Joe Salatin is on some of the absolute healthiest, greatest land that you could possibly grow anything on. So he's in a situation where he can actually probably get more because he's in extremely fertile land.
Pretty much all of the
actually, his farm, when he first got there, it was like, I think it's just an average like 1.75 acre land. And yeah, just by using his methods, he's gotten it up to 5. So at any
where
rate,
is he
yeah,
at?
it's he's in Vermont. I'm pretty sure.
Okay, yeah, that's really good. Pretty much everything out east is like awesome, fertile, like naturally self-sufficient land and everything. Like you can see it when you look at like the topographical, like whatever, like map of the country. You can see there's like a line down the middle of the country where like everything to the left is like desert. Like yeah, there's high desert, there's trees. I'm not saying there isn't, but like it's not self-sustainable. It's not, there doesn't get enough rainfall for it to be something that is, like, it's just, I mean, I know that there's water underground and everything, but like unless you have your own well and you have a bunch of money to dig that well past a bunch of rock and a bunch of like shit, like it's a lot easier to be self-sufficient out east than it is out west. And that's why I decided to come out here, because I'm like, and it's like way cheaper too, which is crazy because I remember it being more expensive out here and less expensive out west, like 15 years ago, and it's almost like it's flipped now. Like I don't know, it's weird.
Dude,
But
cows are so crazy. Like they literally. So I've lived a lot of places, but I was in California. I was in the let's see. I was in the Indian Well. I guess I could say that. Yeah, I was in the Bishop area. And so anyhow, I was an aqueduct and reservoir keeper out there for the Department of Los Angeles. And
that's
any rate,
interesting.
yeah, it was whatever. I hate that state, but anyhow, but we used to dump. People don't know this, but like the Sierra Nevadas, we had to measure the snowpack every day because because of the runoff. Basically the Sierra Nevadas, they all feed basically into the Owens River. The Owens River is completely piped into an aqueduct and goes down to Los Angeles. So we would have to know how much runoff we were going to get from the Sierra Nevada. So we'd have to measure the snowpack. We would get, some days we'd get 10 feet of snow in a day. And so, to not destroy the aqueduct, I would literally dump hundreds of thousands of acre feet of water into the desert. But at any rate, when you're out there, what you find out is that there's, just all this public land out because everything's BLM out there, and there's literally there's cows just out in the desert, like the fucking desert next to Death Valley, and they are out there. I swear to God, and they are out there
like sage and shit.
Dude, they eat like sagebrush. I was like, what the fuck?
That probably makes them taste weird too. Because I remember, like, I was talking to this hunter guy who said that, like, the deer taste so much better out east than out west. Is out west they eat so much sage that they just like you could taste it, and it just doesn't like have as good of like a flavor, I guess, or something. But yeah, sorry. So you just see random cows. Were they wild cows, or they like owned by somebody?
So there's the rancher I knew out there was Forest. There's a Forest or was Forest. It's Hunter Mountain Forest Hunter. Anyhow, but yeah. So I do this rant. I asked him. I was like, "Who buys your cows?" He was like, "Oh, I sell them all to In-N-Out." It's all In-N-Out.
Dude, I used to, my neighbor in Camp Verde used to be, well, probably still is, like the number one, or maybe the number one or number two, top seller of like grass-fed, like cows or whatever, grass-fed meat, in the country, which was crazy because I was like, dude, grass-fed, we're in the freaking desert. Like, I mean, yeah, there's like sage and whatever, but like, and I guess he did have like, he had irrigation, he had his, I'm sure he had like a well and would, use water. Like, if you're using water from the ground, like, that's cool. It's just the city water is like freaking garbage. Like, I wouldn't want to be feeding that to anybody and having them eat it and like all that. But have you heard about people's wells getting like, they've been putting meters on the wells and like charging people for their own, like, they have like water rights, they own the land, they own the water rights, but they're going out and putting like meters on the wells and then charging people for their own water, basically. Have you heard of that happening?
Yeah, dude, it's okay. So I know so much about the water there in California. So yeah, they're putting meters on wells. It's so fucking criminal. And these people, I swear, there's so many of these people that are just like brainwashed into thinking that we're just humans or a virus. We're just ruining everything. Like, dude, that's a pandemic is thinking like that. But anyhow, yeah,
Why aren't those people standing up a little bit more? But here in Australia, we had a thing where they were going to tax us for our rainwater tanks, and for once, everyone said, "Screw you, we're not going to pay it," and they just went okay, and they didn't do it.
Oh, dope.
It was the one time ever, people stood up and said, "We ain't going to do that. We're not paying your tax," and then they just went, "Okay, don't worry about it then." Like, what can they do if no one's going to pay it?
That's
Australians are really apathetic in general, so it was quite surprising, but that's what happens when people stand up for themselves.
Dude,
we do that with smart meters too.
Dude, they're such liars. So in the Indian Wells Valley, that area there, like there's a Navy base and there's a big fucking there's a big geothermal plant there, and we dug up and found the like 1980s geologist, like he did there, the base did a giant geology study there, and the guy was like, oh, there's like today right now there's 300 years worth of groundwater. And then the fucking, like Agenda 21 people came in and just were like, oh, the water's dry. Like, dude, utter just bunch of propaganda lies. And so we had all the papers and stuff. Anyhow, I shouldn't even say too much of, I don't want to say like dox myself or whatever, but yeah, like I mean, I don't know what I knew about all this stuff, and meanwhile, and like all this shit was going down. I was working for the department, and I was literally just shoving hundreds of thousands of acre feet of water into the desert. It was just like, and all these people were like, anyhow, it's just, dude, it's like a brain parasite. I think that this lack thought.
No, that we should all be doing parasite cleanses. Vegans should still be doing parasite cleanses too, right? Do you do that also? I should really learn this person's name. I'm sorry. I just call him vegan guy. Let's see. Where did he go? Did he leave? Yep. Oh, I guess vegan guy left. I was gonna look up his name really quick.
I know, I'm super opinionated, and my bad.
We all are. It's all good. I was just curious if vegans do parasite cleanses or if they don't think they need to, even though like my friend got some weird like Mexican parasite or not Mexican parasite, but a parasite from Mexican, like one of those little carts in LA that's like sells like the yogurt and the fruit and stuff. Like the fruit had like apparently had some worms in it or something like that. Not that she could see, but like that's basically, after she ate that is when she started feeling whatever. And I've heard about like fruit being like because they say in Mexico not to drink the water there, but then they water all the crops with the water, and then we eat the food that they say not. Like I don't know. It's one of those things that like like how they said like salmonella only comes from like chicken, but then they're like all the most recent cases of salmonella has been on like spinach, so I just wonder if they also do the same kind of like parasite cleanses, or if they worry about that or think about that at all, or if they just think that they're immune to that shit because they're on the vegan diet or whatever. Yeah, I kind of wanted to pick his brain a little bit more about that, but I'm also pretty sure that, I don't know. Maybe I sounded rude earlier. I wasn't trying to be rude. I really wasn't. But I do get real passionate about this just because, like Josh, he's still in here. He'll tell his story one day about how much better he feels after getting away from the vegan shit. And I've heard the story so many times. I mean, there's literally like hundreds of examples of people online that are like, "Oh, I'm ex-vegan. I'm ex-vegan." Like, you don't really see a lot of people that have been vegan for a really long time. And since he's been for what, 15 years, like that's impressive. That's a long time. Like, I would be curious to see like, like blood results and shit like that, blood tests and see what all his little levels are at. And
I think that people are just so different. I mean, you could maybe eat 4 eggs and have your cholesterol go off the charts, whereas I could probably eat a dozen and totally have normal blood work. I think like everyone's just so different. And I heard of this one book, Eat Right for Your Type, and it was like this one doctor just talking about
blood types.
Blood type, like different blood types have different kind of dietary guidelines they should be trying to follow. I mean, we're so different. Everyone's biology and how it reacts to food is probably Maybe it does work for him. Who knows?
Yeah, no, that's why I was like, look, I don't care. Like, I have a problem when the government tries to step in and say you can only have 1 pound of meat per week. Then that's when I have an issue. It's like, don't try to control what like how we're spending our money and what we're, what we want to eat, and like just don't lie, just don't try to control other people. Like, I could care less if somebody wants to kill themselves through, eating that way. Like, that's kind of just how I see it, is you're literally like slowly killing yourself. It's just like taking the jab, in my opinion.
I keep telling you, we're getting closer and closer to looking like the movie Demolition Man, where like they're telling you literally what's legal is what's good for you, you know?
Yeah,
Like in that
hot
movie,
sauce is
no
illegal.
joke, like yeah, like spicy thing, hot sauce is illegal, like having kids is illegal. That's fucking insane. That's like what they're going that's where they're shooting now. That's coming up next, watch.
Well, didn't I just saw a video earlier of somebody saying that like in California they're trying to do some shit where like pass something or do something, basically like a law, or I don't know what it was exactly,
Yeah,
but
where gay people are owed children or something like that.
yeah,
Like they're
like if there's a
What?
gay couple and they want a kid, like they basically like can like somehow pressure a female into like, I don't know. None of it made any sense. I need to look into it more before I like say it's for sure. But it was a video that obviously you saw too, so I was like, huh, that's really fucked up if that's actually trying to like happen right now. That like
Well,
like somebody.
I know a real thing that is happening is health insurance is actually paying for trannies to get their tranny surgeries. Like, that is actually happening.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
not something on a video. It is something I know someone who knows someone else. And let's just say because they're a tranny, they always get brought up, and their health insurance was covered by the fucking shit. So
Wow.
Did you see the one where there was
they're paying for plastic.
male to female trainee, and they had just had a kid from the female to male trainee, just had a child, and then the male to female wanted to breastfeed the child. Have you seen that one? And then
No.
he was on particular hormones that were having some kind of weird concoction coming out of his nipples, and the doctors were going, you shouldn't do this, this is not, don't do it, it's not, we don't know anything about it, it's not healthy, there's particular chemicals in there, and they just did it anyway. They just didn't care.
Dude, that's freaking child abuse. That's so
It's child abuse,
disturbing.
100% child abuse. It's disgusting.
Yeah. Well, I'm glad we can agree on that.
I'm sure we agree on everything else, don't worry.
I was gonna say too,
Unless
because
you
I thought
think the
maybe
earth's a globe. Do you think the earth's a globe? So I
no,
don't know
of
you, so
course.
I'm just okay. Then we agree on everything else, probably.
Yeah, I wanted to say
Yeah.
like I'm sorry if I was rude earlier. I really wasn't trying to be. I do get like passionate about shit sometimes, so my bad. But I did want to ask
That's
you,
okay, and I'm
is
deliberately holding back from saying other things because I don't want to cause too much drama. So
we can
I'm
we can
trying.
we can put
Uh,
the debate
I'm
off.
being as nice as I possibly can, and just going, oh, okay, all right, all right. No.
I know,
Otherwise,
I know.
I could
I feel
go,
you.
I could go, hardcore retard vegan if I wanted to, but
Well, I was gonna ask
I
one more thing about that. Do you guys like well, not you guys, but like, do you personally like do parasite cleanses at all, or is that not a thing that like a lot of vegans do, or like? Because I know like there's a lot of fruit that carry parasites, like salmonella has been found in spinach and stuff. Like, is
yeah, but
that
there's probably a
something?
lot more parasites in meat than fruit and
Well,
stuff.
that's the crazy thing, is that actually they found more in like those little fruit carts that like on the side of the road that have like the sell of the chopped up fruit with like yogurt or whatever, like um and then the salmonella in the
Yeah.
spinach, and like is
Did
actually.
that come from the yogurt then?
No, it came from the fruit. Apparently, from the water that they watered the fruit with. But what I'm saying though is that you guys not, because you think that you're eating like this like clean diet, that you don't have to worry about parasites. Do you not do parasite cleanses because you guys are
Well,
kind of like.
when I eat watermelon, I'll eat the watermelon seeds and they kill parasites. So
Really?
Yeah. So
I don't.
that would just be a
I think.
natural way of doing it.
I mean, from what I've researched about parasites, like in order to kill them in all 3 life stages, you need clove, wormwood, and black walnut hull.
Yeah.
Garlic
Yeah.
apparently also, if you eat raw
I've
garlic,
felt,
that kills some of them, but there's certain it doesn't kill them in all 3 stages basically of their life cycle. So they can be burrowed into your like fat and like
yeah, I have done
yeah.
that before, but again, like I've said with other people in the past, like whether you eat a meat diet, whether you eat a vegan diet, things like B12, vitamin D, you should supplement them anyway because most people are deficient.
B,
You know,
wait.
and
Vitamin
most
D is rat poison. You definitely should not be taking
yeah.
like probably shouldn't be supplementing anything. That's why like I eat the way I eat is because I don't want to like supplements. You can't trust that shit. Like, is there a certain company that you trust?
Not in particular, but like I mean, it doesn't matter what your diet is these days. That the soils are so deficient in everything that you're not going
No,
to get the B12, and most of the animals that you eat, apart from maybe getting something from the Amish, of course, they're supplemented anyway.
No,
bone
beef
marrow
liver.
and beef
Dude, beef
liver
liver is like a natural supplement, man.
and bone
I
marrow
actually,
too.
Yeah,
I
but
actually like
what I'm
the
saying is that the animals that you eat are supplemented. If you're eating anything from just a general farm or a factory farm, they're all supplemented. It's all supplemented in their feed.
Yeah, but it's different eating it from an animal that's like processing it and like you're eating like it's very much different than taking a pill from a you know what I mean? Like that's got a bunch of fillers in it that's like made by some company that like it's I don't know. I mean,
Bro, what about pasture raised meat that's like literally grown in a field of grass?
Yeah, well, I mean, I can't comment because at the end of the day, I don't know. I mean, B12 is so deficient in soil these days, worldwide. It's a worldwide problem these days. So I couldn't comment. I'm sure there are certain areas that still have B12 in the soil, but it's so deficient throughout the entire world. Then you have things like glyphosate is just rampant everywhere in the world now. Can't get away from it no matter where you go. They
yeah,
found it
this
even in Alaska. They've found it in Antarctica. They found it in Alaska. They found it everywhere. It's in every water system. It's everywhere.
Well, it's in the rain.
yeah.
That's right. I mean, the things that they've done to this earth is just absolutely disgusting.
Yeah.
I agree with that.
Sure.
100%.
Yeah, that's like,
So,
I was watching. I'm gonna post a video for you guys to watch. I'm gonna dig it up, but it's talking about there's this guy talking about he did a big study on the glyphosates and stuff, and he said that basically the only reason why the GMO glyphosate model is still working is because so many people are purchasing those products. But he said, like, I think it's currently the organic farming market has like grown. He said the percent, I think it's like 12% or something. He's like, they know there's like been financial analysis done. Once the organic markets hit like the 18-20%, the glyphosate thing collapses because there's not enough volume to sustain it.
Dude, I've
yeah,
seen it even
I think the problem
even
that sorry, go on.
I was just gonna say, I've
Go.
just noticed, witnessed over the past 10 years, like the raw milk industry has like quadrupled, literally. Like, I mean, it feels like overnight. Like I was looking at that, the raw milk finder website like 10 years ago, and it was like hard to find raw milk. Like it wasn't, when you looked at the country as a whole, like the little red dots were like far and few between. And then now, like if you look at it now, it's like freaking filled. Like you have to like you have like multiple places to get raw milk now. Like it's really incredible how much it's grown. But yeah, sorry, what were you gonna say?
I was just going to say, with what's going on in places like Holland, like the Netherlands and stuff at the moment, where they're literally just shutting down thousands of farms.
Yeah.
So there's an attack on farmers to the point where you have these absolute retarded climate activists
Yeah.
going, "Oh, farming is bad," like,
Yeah.
well, without farming, you freaking idiot, you'd have no food.
Yeah,
Like,
no, I agree with
how
you
does one
there.
even justify that? Like, what kind of retard do you have to be to say farming is bad?
Yeah, no, you're
Like,
right, 100%. And then,
you've got to
like,
be a
the
complete moron.
BLM, the BLM shit, right? So before, apparently, if you Googled BLM prior to, like, what was it, 2019 or whatever, when you Googled that, a bunch of different videos came up of farmers, like, being, like, fucked with by BLM and taking their land from them for, like, horrible reasons for, like, you know, like, it wasn't even like people weren't paying on their property or whatever, but shit was getting, like, stolen from them, and then that's when I think that's why they started rolling out. They took over that, Black Lives Matter shit, and, like, basically, like, that PSYOP came in to cover up what they were doing to farmers, is what my own personal little conspiracy or whatever.
Yeah, well, on a similar note to that, on a different thing, and I'll be very cryptic the way that I say this, but the little documentary that Stu Peters made, died suddenly. Before he made that, if you typed that in to Google, you just got article after article after article, just hundreds of articles in the very near, um, in the very near past of people dying suddenly. But now, when you type that in, all you get is the debunking of that documentary. You won't get all the articles of the people who have actually died suddenly, of which it was just by
They
the
mess with the
hundreds to
algorithm.
thousands. Yeah, that now whether that was done deliberately by Stu Peters and his controlled opposition, or whether that was just
Oh, he's Shill
a
Peters,
mistake,
man. He's definitely
whether
controlled.
that was a mistake that he made, who knows?
I mean, not to
But
say he's like the new Alex Jones, like, not to say that he doesn't drop some truth bombs and shit, but, like, I mean, the whole East Palestine thing, like, didn't start until he made a video about it, and then it, like, blew up. It was like everybody got the green light to, like, chill out about a bunch of bullshit that, like, wasn't true and wasn't happening, and, like, basically, like, just, like,
what do you mean
lie
by
after
that? Sorry,
lie. Well,
what was he saying?
just that nobody for 3 weeks nobody was talking about East Palestine train wreck at all until he came out with the video, like, freaking out about it, and then all of a sudden every single truth, it was like the truther bait, like Maui, but like for East Palestine, like, and everybody was, like, trying to cover it, and like everybody was saying that the media wasn't covering it, but then they were all showing footage from the media. And then there was all these people claiming to get tests, and nobody actually posted their results, and, like, nobody followed up on shit, and everybody just forgot about it, and nobody cared. And, like, then there was, like, a hearing. It was like 19 hours long that nobody gave two shits about. That basically proved that it was all a lie, and that was, like, fucking clearly, like, staged, planned, psyop. Like, not to say there wasn't a fire, but, like, the images of the plume was like a mushroom cloud, but when they show, like on the news, it was like this huge mushroom cloud that covered, that you could see from space, which is total bullshit. Because when you from 9 miles away, I had a picture. My plumber had a picture from 9 miles away. It looked like nothing. It wasn't black. It wasn't anything. And the tanks didn't breach. There was no I did a bunch of, like, I took some of the best clips out of the hearing and posted it on my YouTube if anybody's interested in that. But
Saying that all the people who came out and did their TikToks about how
dead
the
animals, they're
health
all
thing
fucking
occurred, but
liars. They're all fucking liars. And I know, because I live 20 miles away, and I went there and I interviewed people, and I have that posted on my channel, and I'm the only person that I know that actually got test results and actually posted them. Everybody else, their fucking videos, their channels do no longer exist. All those people deleted their shit. They're all crisis actors. It's
so you're
actually
saying
pretty crazy.
that there is no environmental disaster that happened there? Is
Nope,
that what you're?
there is definitely not. And now they have these huge blue tanks, and they're taking people's land, and they're fucking they're trying to there's a cracker plant on the border of PA that they need natural gas lines to go through East Palestine. So that's what they're doing, is they already have bought up the mineral rights, like 2012, from, like, a ton of people there. Supposedly, one of my friends who lives actually closer than I do, he's working on a video, hopefully exposing one of the chicks that talked about her kid having like bleeding eyes or bleeding something. Like it has provocateur tattooed on her fucking arm, first of all, and he has a recording of her ex-husband upset about how she's using their kid's prior condition, asthma condition, as means to try and like get money or try to like whatever, get famous or get whatever the fuck she's trying to get, like using their kid, and he doesn't agree with it because the kid had health issues before, but she's claiming it was from that. All this people's chickens and everything dying. My chickens would have been dead then. There was this woman that was like 20 miles away that claimed her chickens were dead. They claimed all his dead fish. I went there. There was no dead fish. There was everybody I talked to. There was a woman that was within the 2-mile radius that had 3-day-old lambs. She had like 8 3-day-old lambs, and they all were fine. And none of them, nobody died. She had like 30 to 40 other lambs. She had like 40 cows. I forget how many chickens, like tons of animals on this farm. And she did say it was dark smoke. Like they did burn something, but like she's like, I didn't see any health effects. Nobody I know had any health effects. Like they totally like blew that shit up like stupid to like to basically make some of the most fertile land where there's a ton of Amish people around there too, and diminish the quality, the price of the land, so they can come in and scare everybody into selling or giving it or whatever. Like tell them they gotta get a lien on it so that the EPA can come and clean it up and all this other nonsense. But I went and got my test results from the sulfur run less than a quarter mile from where the site happened. I actually parked where the what was it, the fucking Masonic Lodge. It happened right where the Masonic Lodge was, actually, like less than a quarter mile from the Masonic Lodge. So we parked there, and I went down. There was trucks parked. I almost got caught. Like there was definitely workers like mobbing around. This was on February 23rd, I believe. 24th. Yeah. So we went 23rd and the 24th. We had to go back the next day because I didn't get the water. I didn't get enough of the water to fill up the little thing or whatever. And I needed to have it like with me and whatever. But basically, yeah, and no VOCs, no nothing. Like I have a video. I mean, I've recorded myself doing it. So if anybody doesn't believe me, just go watch the video on my fucking YouTube. And I posted the results, and all the other people just vanished. Like nobody else came out with their results. That guy that like was wearing the pink mask that didn't have any goggles on, that looked like he was right in the middle. Like, first of all, like there was no way that he just walked out there with the amount of workers that I saw and the blockades and shit. Like he ain't getting in there unless he's one of them and he was allowed to do his little photo shoot from inside there. Like there's no way. So that's that on that. And then he got.
And hey, you know what? I just remembered something. We've driven through there a couple times, right? Like the ground that he was walking on, none of the ground that we saw there looked like that. Like that didn't even look like the railroad tracks at all.
Yeah, so he got yeah, it could have been fucking green screen for all we know. Like he could have not even been there. Like cuz the way that where he was standing, there's no way that he would have gotten past. You see workers in the background like nobody would have just let him through unless he was like, just like the Eric West guy. Like how come he went in and got footage, but and was allowed to drive around on his motorbikes and record a bunch of footage in Maui, but the guy who got the drone footage the next day got arrested by FEMA? Like what the fuck is that? Like clearly, and he even said, I got a pass to be here. Like, oh, who'd you get a pass from, dude? Like
There's definitely a worldwide attack on the population of the Earth. It's pretty clear to see from every angle.
Yeah,
have you seen there was one of the, have you seen that, I can't remember her name, but she's one of the female members of the European Parliament. She's been speaking out now, whether she's also just doing it for whatever reason, but there was one where she actually said, and she went in, she was doing a massive rant, and towards the end of that rant, she actually looked at you and said, you are under attack from your governments around the world, and everything you think the governments are doing, attacks against you, they are doing, and you need to fight back. That's almost verbatim or something like that. They were the
It's
words
like
she actually said. She was talking to people in general and literally saying, whatever you think your government is doing against you, they are, and if you don't fight back right now, you're about to lose every right you have.
yeah. No,
So,
they're
you know,
poking
and
the
that's a
bear for
member of
sure.
European Parliament, you know. That's
Yeah,
coming
no,
straight from the horse's mouth, you know, and it's like, well, if people, how do people not listen to that? Even if she is some form of controlled opposition, she's telling us flat out that they're after us.
yeah, of course they're out. You have to be fucking
Yeah,
blind to not see that they're not. I mean, like, after, I mean, we've been saying it for, the last 10, 15 years about the water, like, don't drink the tap water. And then everyone in East
yeah,
Palestine's like, oh my God, the tap water. And like, you guys still drinking the tap water? It's fluorinated. Like, we
yeah.
all know it's fucking fluorinated. We all
The,
know,
the, un- the
but at the
unfortunate thing
same
is that
time,
the
like,
bulk of the population are believing it, aren't they? They're still just going along, go along to get along.
well, I mean, what else can they really do? Like, really, like, like, standing in a street with like a sign or even like 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 the best thing to fight back is to make the narcissist non-existent, right? So the government is like a big narcissistic fucking girlfriend or boyfriend that like is just like rah, like you know what I mean, just like totally bitching out, and you're like, you just need the one thing that pisses them off the most is to ignore them. So if we just all like what dude was saying about the organic farming, it just needs to go up another like what 5-10%, and then everything else is irrelevant. And like once the couple of cool kids start like, oh, I'm buying only grass fed, I'm only doing this, I'm only going to be growing my own food, I'm going to be doing this, then all of a sudden everybody else will want to do that too. So it just takes a few of us to be the example to show people how to make them irrelevant, and then they all will just just then they'll even fall apart even more. Like they're scared right now because they're like amping their shit up. Like it used to be the Agenda 2030. Then it was like Agenda 2025 or whatever the fuck. Now they're like, oh, it's going to be in the until 2030, or in the year,
Yeah,
it's going to
Agenda
be coming up
21,
this next year.
then it moves.
Yeah, it's like they keep
Yeah,
like
yeah.
changing the goalposts because they're losing their shit. They know that they're losing. They know that we're catching on way too quick, and we're not just gonna like. Because the thing is, they want us to react. They're poking the bear. They want us to react in a violent way. They want us to get upset. They're picking at our heartstrings. That's why they're throwing in the kids and saying all these kids are missing when they're not. They're fucking doing all this bullshit and telling us they're not actually poisoning the water here. They're just convincing enough people that it's poison so that they get enough people to get worked up and go do some shit to get them self-incarcerated, to get them to have a reason to bring in the blue hats. Like if we give them that reason, then they can legally come in and be like, oh, well, it's this unruly bunch of fucking retards running around like doing a bunch of dumb shit. Like instead, if we organize, if we do our own fucking thing, and we rely on each other and support each other, then they can't do a damn thing. Like that's, I don't know.
Well, I think one of the
Yeah,
best things we can do is just go through non-compliance, isn't it? You know, if everyone just
exactly.
didn't comply with the things that they wanted, there's nothing they could do, you know?
Dude, and you can check out for example, like this is a really good example, the BLM movement. So like when BLM had like in the beginning it had a lot of public support, but once it turned violent, it drastically changed. Like the public opinion swung against it, harshly.
Yeah.
And because the public doesn't, because violence is never popular. So yeah, like you're so right. Like people literally just need to be like the cool kid that's just like fuck you, like and ignore, put them on ignore, do your own thing, and like
Yeah.
let them be the violent one. Because when they're being violent, that's when that is
Yeah.
so important and so true.
Because look at the reason why they've been able to get away with as much as they have is because like a bunch of fucking idiots go to their little protests with them so they can hide in the crowd. If they are the crowd, they can't hide all their matching boots. They can't hide all their fresh, like fresh out of the box creased t-shirts and all of their like uniform shit that they have on. Like look at the white supremacist people, how they're like they all got these like fresh pressed like red outfits and their Sharpie fucking fake face tattoos and all this shit. Like the thing is that if those people were just standing alone by themselves, it would stick out like a sore thumb. Like, oh, look at these feds doing another fucking operation. But because I think that eventually the normies will like be sick. They're just gonna get sick of it. Like they're gonna get sick of going to all these protests and going to all these marches and all this shit and realize like it's just a waste of your fucking weekend. You're gonna get pepper sprayed. You're gonna get thrown in jail. Like I remember in Phoenix, like during the what was it called, the stupid Wall Street fucking shit that happened like 10 years ago or whatever, where everyone was like, oh, Occupy Wall Street, and like I was actually planting gardens with Woody at that fucking grow house in Phoenix when that was going on, and everybody was giving me shit because I was always the conspirator that was like, whatever. And they're like, oh, here's your chance to go, like, hold some signs and walk around. And I was like, dude, I'm not falling for that trap. Like, fuck that. And they all got arrested. They all had to pay a bunch of money to get out of jail for some dumb shit. They all got pepper sprayed. And I'm like, oh, how'd your fucking protest go? Like, I was kind of giving them shit about it. Like, dude, you guys all fucking fell for it and y'all like lost, money because of it. You literally had like, think about what that did to their system. Not only just the pepper spray, but like the stress and the bullshit that they had to put up with. Like their bodies literally went through like a traumatic thing. And like I avoid all of that shit. Like I'm like, no, I'm good. Same reason why I don't go float down the river, because a bunch of cops go there, everybody gets really drunk there. I'm always like babysitting somebody or something stupid happens, and I just don't want to put myself in that situation. Like if everybody starts making those types of choices where they're like, I just don't want to put myself in these fucked up stupid situations and work toward, like, this is all a distraction to keep us from working on our own lives. It's a distraction to keep us from working and building and helping each other build up something better that actually, oh, that sounded terrible. Build back better.
Yeah.
Fuck. You know what I mean?
Ah, yeah, shill.
But you know what
We're
I
on to you
mean?
now. We're on to you now.
But like, you know what I'm saying? Like everything that they do is a distraction from you working on yourself and your family and your community. So if people stop
Yeah, yeah.
letting them win with the distractions and just we don't give them any attention, we literally treat them like the fucking redheaded stepchild, even though I'm also a redhead and I'm a stepchild. But whatever, that's besides the point. Then like they're losing. They lose, we win, because we're building something, we're doing something, and that's the only way out of this at this point. Like there's
Yeah, well,
no
it's kind of like
joining.
Yeah, I was going to say, it's like when, I mean, the biggest problem with protesting is that it's great to be around a bunch of people who are kind of like-minded, you get solidarity, but at the end of the day, everyone just goes home and that's it.
Yeah, or they
They
get
do their
locked
little
up and
thing
then
and
they
then
have to pay.
they just go home, Or
Yeah,
let's just
or
say they don't get locked up. Let's just say that
if
doesn't
you're
happen.
lucky,
It's just a
if
bunch of people that go to a place, they all go, this is no good, and then they all walk off home and then that's it. End
if
of
you're
story.
lucky, if you're
Nothing gets
lucky,
done.
you just go home. If you're lucky, but most people I've talked to get pepper sprayed, get fucked with in some way by somebody, get pickpocketed, like there's a plethora of different things that happen at these things that aren't, you know what I mean? Like if you're lucky, you're just going home and like, oh, I had a good peaceful walk with these, I had a good conversation with these old folks. Like, but
Out here in Australia, maybe you Americans are a bit more crazy than we are.
I mean, I don't know. Like
We're a little bit calmer here.
this was at Occupy Wall Street fucking 10 years ago. This wasn't even like
Oh,
during
yeah.
BLM shit or anything. This was a long time ago, but it was like, still I was like, wow, so how much money do you have to pay? Like, oh, $200 to like, whatever for some ticket or something, they were handing out tickets like candy. Like I thought, I'm like, damn, that's like a straight up scheme to like the cops are just trying to make money off you guys. Like and it worked, dude. They made like fucking a few grand just off of my little group of friends that went, like I'm like, wow,
Those
that's
tickets be constitutional over there? Wouldn't you be able to fight those tickets, or like wouldn't
I don't know.
getting a
I
ticket
mean,
being able to
they
protest,
probably
wouldn't that be unconstitutional?
I bet you like half of them probably just paid it just because they didn't want to deal with it and thought that they had
Yeah,
to. Like maybe a couple
because like
people fought it, but
over here, literally every single fine that got contested that was given out over the past 3 years for being in a park when you shouldn't have been in a park, or not wearing a face nappy when you were told to, every single fine that anyone contested got thrown out of court.
Really?
just because they were all illegal. So anyone who
That's
actually
cool.
went to court and said, "Yep, no worries, I'm not accepting this," every single fine had to be thrown out because even within our constitution, they were unconstitutional. They were
Well, that's good.
illegal. The government illegally forced people into their homes, etc., etc. You know,
Wow.
so I guess that's the thing is that I think the biggest psyop that has ever been done to people is to make you think that you're just poor little old me. And what
Yeah,
can
I
you do?
agree with
Because
that.
you're on your own. There's nothing you can do because you're just one person. I think
Yep.
that's the biggest psyop, because like
Yeah.
I was saying to some other people, like, during all that stuff when we were getting locked down, etc., then, I must have talked to 100 to 200 different people and every single person agreed with me and every single person said, well, what can I do? And I was like, well, I've talked to 200 people and I'm trying to rally you all together so we all stand together. And if we did this and you all talk to another 200 people, within moments we would be a huge group. But every single one of you, even though you agree with what I'm saying, every single person was like, but what can I do? I'm just one person. And I'm like, well, let's stand together. We're not one
Yeah.
person, but
Well,
not
and
one of them would do anything, It's like the
well,
psyop is that,
you don't
yeah,
have
go
to
on.
do that's the thing though, is you don't really have to do anything other than not comply, like other than not go along to get along with the shit that they're saying. You don't have to go everybody in one group every Saturday and meet up and like, and have like a fucking powwow about it. All you have to do is when it comes to your door, when it comes to your shit, like you like, or like take it to court, like you said, like you get a ticket for whatever. Okay, like if everybody does that same thing and has like the list of stuff, like, hey, if this happens to you, this should be your response. If this happens, like everyone knows their rights and knows the proper way to respond, then you can literally be fighting it together but separately at the same time. And like there's a reason why
Yeah.
they want control of our minds. Like if you think about all of the stuff that they have that's like mind control this, mind control that, like I think the mind is a lot harder to control than they thought. And I think that because we don't realize how strong and how powerful our minds are, that like that is like the one thing that they're trying to crack the code of like how to, you know what I mean? And I think like to an extent, like our minds can be manipulated in this and that, but when we get pushed, when we get triggered on and like that part of your brain is like in fight or flight, like it's not so easily controlled, and we do whatever we need to protect our family, protect our own, protect our way of life, whatever. And I think that scares them more than anything, and that's why they've been pushing the mind control so hard, is because our minds are actually so much more powerful than we even understand. Like if we could heal ourselves through thought and through like not medicine, and not like there's been people that have done that for years, right? Like they've been given placebos and sugar pills and shit, and their mind actually fucking heals themselves from cancer, from all these different things without taking any kind of anything. Like that should tell you something right there, that like it's all in your mind. If you're told something over and over and over again and you refuse to believe that, then that doesn't work on you and you're impervious to their lies and their bullshit. And that's all they are, is just lies and bullshit. It's one thing after another that they do that just proves to us that they're liars and they're full of shit and they're trying to scare us. And there's a reason for that. Sorry.
I think you guys are both kind of have some good points, and and the one I really want to point out is, dude, the legal rights thing, like really like going, like knowing that shit and like going to court, if you have to go to court or whatever, just knowing your rights and being able to argue that. And if you do have to show up in court, and if you could publicize that, like show other people, just show other people, like, hey, like, look, this is what's possible. I think that would be a big deal. And like you
Lead
guys
by
said,
example.
yeah, and there is a big deal of like us coming together in community. I think we are powerful in numbers. And it doesn't have to be like huge groups, but like if we were to organize a little bit, at least into small teams of just people working together,
Yeah. No, I'm not like opposed to meeting up in groups and doing things within your own community, but it doesn't like for people that live out in the sticks and can't really necessarily like get together for like meetups or whatever, like you can still fight the system far away from everybody by just like, just by not complying, just by not, like you don't have to be all like I feel like it's not going to take much when it really comes down to it because like there'll be enough of us fighting it through the courts and through other, not to say obviously the courts are corrupt. We know a lot of them are corrupt, but some of them still like are, like shit, dude, there's been a few court cases that have been won now in support of us because stuff is unconstitutional because people were like no I got fired and now they're getting set now because they held out they're getting severance they're getting this they're getting paid, you know what I mean like that's what I was trying to tell people in the beginning like a couple of people that I knew that were in the military and shit and they're like oh, I can't lose this like I'm like dude you're not going to lose it if you just hold out you'll get all of that back you might not, you might have lost something for a little while. You might have had to sell your house. You might have had to like, not drive a fancy car, like fucking done something different, like move home with your parents for like a year or whatever. But like in the grand scheme of things, you have your life at the end of it, right? Like, you don't have this like freaking clot shot killing you. You don't have like, like you're not, I don't know. I'm getting like sidetracked or whatever, but basically, like, you don't have to. What I'm trying to say is that if you're in a situation where you can't be in a group or you're not around other people that are like minded, you can still do things solo without having to, like, you know what I mean? That you can still make a difference solo. Like, oh, I'm just one person. Like, dude, one person makes a fucking difference. Like one person, like think about that one person that helped turn you into a conspiratard. That one person helped you see through the bullshit and helped you not, you know what I mean? Helped you navigate through stuff. Like that's only one person. But if one person does that for other people, like it spreads like wildfire and it's that whole like, whatever fifth or seventh monkey or whatever the fuck that saying is with the, like you know what I'm talking about, right? With the monkeys.
The Monkey Island.
Yeah.
The Monkey Island. Yeah, no, for sure. Yeah, well, I mean, that's it, right? Like, you're Morpheus and you're trying to find fucking Neo because, like, like it is though, because right, because like you're like you may think like, oh man, like this, but nah, like, bang, like you might be, responsible. You might be some what like big time influential conspirators. For all intents and purposes, great grandpa in the conspiracy game, right? Like you told the one dude who told the other dude until you know what I mean, like
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. And then pretty soon you have a whole little fucking army and you're like, "Oh, I was just one person and now I'm many." Like that's awesome. Like now I have like minions. Like what the fuck? Where did this come from?
we're Agent Smith, bro.
No. Oh my god, it's super late. I need to go to sleep. But I'm sorry
Me
that
too.
I like took over your guys' shit for a minute and kind of went off on my stuff. But I did
So
enjoy talking to you guys and to the Vegan guy too, wherever he went. And if he's still in here, I don't know. But yeah, I need to go to bed now. So y'all have a good night. Toodles.
Hey, Rusted, can you shoot me that YouTube thing? I want to put some of your clips of that. Get in the water, test it on my TikTok.
Yeah, no, I'll send you a link to my channel. I got stuff up on Maui that I've been observing too that I was just frustrated having conversations with people and nobody knew what I was talking about. So I'm like, all right, I'm just gonna make a little. I was supposed to be a short video and it turned into a fucking hour and a half long. So whatever. But I'll send you some stuff for sure. And
Yeah,
yeah,
so yeah,
all right.
man, for sure, it's nice linking up with you.
Yeah, for sure. We'll talk more. Considering you're in Phoenix, like if you ever need anything, like I got people there. If you let me know, I'll fucking link you up with my connects there and shit. If you need anything.
Yeah, hell yeah, that's cool. That's way
All
cool.
right. Peace.
Did you figure it out yet, Glory? Anyone awake?
Did everyone drop off, guys? No one here anymore?
Has anybody ever seen a double rainbow? That was my attempt to see if there was anybody actually hanging out in